Business meeting of November 1, 2022 to order. This meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and is live streamed by the county channel. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 this evening by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin, and that's Robin with a Y, .cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 in the same manner as described above. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. The second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on the November 1, 2022 agenda, the board will reconvene tomorrow night at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items. We now need a motion to go into executive session. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that we enter executive session for the receipt of legal advice regarding one pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice related to fiscal authority covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice regarding settled claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2, personnel matter, personnel ratification report, employment appointment, promotion, compensation pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-40-70A1, adult ed homeschool report pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-40A4, discussion of negotiation incident to proposal purchase of properties in Bluffton and Okatee, South Carolina pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2, and discussion of superintendent's evaluation and contractual matter.
Do we have a second? Mr. Earl Campbell, any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Who will be advising the board on the legal matters in executive session?
Dr. Rodriguez?
Mr. Smith, we will have legal advice from Mr. Matthews, legal advice from Mr. Regal, legal advice from Ms. Cartledge. We will have the rest of them. We will have advice from Al Berry on the land consultant, and then we will have information from staff.
Is there any other discussion or questions? Okay. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? He didn't take his hand down. Mr. Smith, how do you vote?
You can go give me an extension.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Our extension.
Abstaining, is that correct?
Yes, excuse me.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Miss Dr. Wisniewski is absent from the vote. We'll now go into executive session in conference room E. And welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of November 1, 2022. This meeting is being conducted by a hybrid video conferencing and is also being live streamed by the county channel. We are now back in public session, having been in executive session. And do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have several. The first, Madam Chair, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment listed on the October 1st to October 31st, 2022 Personnel Ratification Report.
Ms. Tricia Fidrich, second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
I'll abstain from the vote.
Okay. Continue. Ms. Middleton,
Madam Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for November 1st, 2022.
okay, Mr. Earl Campbell, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education accept an offer and direct the superintendent to enter into a contract to purchase property A in the Bluffton, South Carolina area in the amount not to exceed $1,750,000 using remaining bond proceeds from fiscal year 2017 through 2018 8% bond issues.
We have a second. Ms. Boatright. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Oh, Mr. Smith?
At this time, I do have some concerns with this property and with the process of doing the property. And I do understand everything we've been told, but at this time, I'm not sure that I'm ready to move on this yet. So I will not be supporting this motion today because of that. Thank you.
All right, there being no further hands up, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions?
Yes, I will be abstaining.
All right,
Vote.
the motion carries with all yeses except for one abstention, Mr. William Smith.
Madam Chair, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education accept an offer and direct the superintendent to enter into a contract to purchase property B in the Bluffton, South Carolina area in the amount not to exceed $2,750,000 using remaining bond proceeds from fiscal year 2017 through 2018 8% bond issues.
We have a second. Ms. Fidrich? Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
I'll just say the same as last time.
Okay. All right. All, and no, there being no further hands up, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Okay. That's everybody. So 9 yeses, 1 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Do we have any further action?
Madam Chair, as a result of Dr. Frank Rodriguez receiving a highly effective performance rating, leading the Beaufort County School District in the 2021-2022 school year, I move that the Board of Education will immediately discuss ways to bring his employment contract in alignment with his performance.
Okay, Mr. Earl Campbell, second the motion. Mr. Smith?
And moving forward, what would that process be?
Well, as we've done in the past, we have met with an attorney in executive session to discuss options.
And have we voted on that attorney yet?
We have retained this attorney for the same engagement.
Or it won't call for a vote on that?
I didn't hear the last question.
I said, so it will not call for a vote
No, and Dr. Rodriguez's contract requires that we can consider his compensation.
well, I have no problem. I'm wondering about the attorney at hand. I'm just trying to figure out, should we take a vote on the attorney or not? That's all.
It's the same engagement as previous.
Well, I just felt that we should vote on that, the attorney who will be dealing with that. Along with that, I will support this motion, but I hope in the future that we will change the tool that we use to do this, to do this process. Thank you.
Further discussion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Dr. Wisniewski was aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries unanimously, 901. 900. 10, I'm sorry, that's my fault. 10. You said yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that concludes all of the motions coming from executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. We now need a motion to approve the agenda. Ms. Boatright? Okay, second? Ms. Fidrich, second. Any discussion? Tonight's agenda? There being none, all those in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Carried unanimously. We'll now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please be seated. We will have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. Tonight, we have the Joseph Shanklin Elementary School, third grade Sand Dollar Scholars performing The Ghost of John under the direction of their music teacher, Karen Jordan. Thank you and welcome.
Have you seen the ghost of John? Snow white bones and the rest are gone. Look at the picture with no skin on. Have you seen the ghost of John? Have you seen the ghost of John? Snow white bones and the rest are gone. What could they be doing with no skin on? Have you seen the ghost of John? 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 What could you be doing with no skin on? What could you be doing with no skin on?
Good evening, board members. This evening, under points of celebration, we have September Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County. Our character education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. And tonight, we're celebrating the Character Education Student of the Month, exhibiting the character trait of acceptance. Acceptance is defined as the action or process of being received as adequate or suitable, typically to be admitted into a group or received by others. We're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County for September is Jaden Hall Austin, a first grade student. Jaden is a first grade student at St. Helena Elementary School. And here to tell us more about her student is Principal Dr. Tara Mack.
Yeah. Aiden always has a fantastic attitude towards school and his peers. He is smiling and greeting everyone as he enters in the morning. He is the unofficial greeter, as I call him, for his classroom. Even though every classroom has a greeter, it doesn't matter. When you walk in Miss Williams's classroom, you're going to get greeted by Jaden no matter what. He is always giving compliments. If you want to feel good about yourself, go find Jaden. He'll make your day. He gives greetings to his classmates, compliments. He gets along, when I say he gets along with everyone in the school building. He shows so much love in return, and he's given that same love as well. He takes pride in helping others. He needs no assistance. I can promise you that. I often tease him that I'm going to give him a ticket because he is always whizzing past me in the hallway. He's like, yeah, I know. But he definitely keeps us entertained for sure. As I said, he is loved by all. And of course, as you can tell from the amount of people that I know are here for Jaden, that he is definitely loved by his family as well. So congratulations, Jaden. Yeah. If I could have Jaden's family, come on up, Dad. Dad is always there. Come on up, family. Come on up. He's always ready for a picture as well.
Dr. Watts, that concludes our points of celebration.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda are the first public comments. We have a considerable stack here of comments from people that are in attendance. By filling out your card or connecting remotely, You agree to that the speakers confine their comments to issues within the domain of the board, refrain from racial comments, obscenities, vulgarities, and references to specific individuals by name, nor commit other breaches of respect. Your time is limited to 3 minutes, and there'll be a visible and audible timing device used. You may not yield your time to another person, and you complete the card before you come to the podium. Please be respectful of others whose opinion may be different from yours, and maintain civility and an appropriate decorum in our meeting. We ask that you remain quiet when somebody else is speaking and when they finish speaking. You will have the opportunity to speak if you would like, and that's when you're at the podium is when you speak. We're going to go in order of the cards that were filled out. First up, we have Martha, I believe it's Seti. Her topic is book ban.
Thank you. My name is Martha Seti. Both of my daughters are proud graduates of the Beaufort County Schools. They're doing very well. I want to make comments for realities. The job of schools and families is to ensure, I started at the wrong part. First reality, the diverse real world experiences our children actually face each day, what they must endure. Those are without a question appropriate content for their literature. If they're living it, if their friends are living it, they need to be able to read about it. By 4th grade, our kids are starting puberty. That means hormones. That means body changes, gender development. We can't prevent it. It's like the tide. It is. Third reality. Job of the schools and families is to ensure responsible and caring adults are supporting our young people as they develop into their own persons. Our job is to inform, guide, be there, enable their maturation, not to indoctrinate, limit, restrict, or otherwise jeopardize their trek to becoming responsible adults. Fourth, adults must hold talking sessions, discussions with kids about any and all books, TV, internet, whatever input, any media that they're choosing to read, and help those young people to grow their understanding. Banning books is not consistent with these realities. Thank you.
Next up is Mary Deckard on book removal.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak before you tonight. My name is not Mary Deckard. Thank you. I have submitted a challenge appeal to the removal of the 97 books at issue on the basis that I think the school board has been misled. My position is that this complaint was actually generated by a political group, and you'll find documentation labeled exhibits attached to my complaint that outline how this complaint came to be. And according to the district's policies and procedures under IS 38.1, under 2, reconsideration of school library materials, it says, school officials may not broadly remove books from a school library based on a quote unquote narrowly partisan or political grounds that may violate students' First Amendment rights to receive information and ideas. And also the reason for that is to discourage the monopolization of the challenge process by a few individuals and require complainants to submit complete, substantive, and fully researched challenge requests. My understanding is that there weren't any formal challenge requests or anything filled out for any of these books. And I can tell you that, as you'll note in my challenge or appeal of the removal, The list was actually just taken off of the internet, and I don't think the complainant or actually anybody in the group actually read these 97 books. And I think that's a pretty important consideration. I'd like to say that my position is that the complainant in this case is merely just a straw man. The complaint, as I said, is by a group that's narrowly partisan or political. They haven't read the books and they never completed the required forms. I think you are all probably aware that all citizens must be quote unquote fed from the same spoon. What you do for one, you have to do for another. And I have a feeling that the last thing this district wants is a bunch of political groups asking to have 100, 200, 300 books at a time removed because they don't agree with the content, or they've gotten their group together and they have an ideological difference as to what children should be reading. I think that when you use the philosophy of everyone being fed from the same spoon, by allowing this specious 97-book complaint to move forward when the evidence is overwhelming that it violates IS 38.1 A, B, and C, it will open the floodgates to group political challenges and inspire a multitude of lawsuits against the district for violations of their policies and procedures, as well as students' First Amendment rights. And I'd like to close by saying that I personally was offended, and I think if I were in the school district or on this board, I'd be offended that it was suggested that anybody here
Please take a
participated
seat.
in
Everybody
criminal
has 3
activity.
minutes.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Peter Birschbach speaking on book removal.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Peter Birschbach. I live in Port Royal. 3 words I fondly remember from my long distant childhood: do your homework. Those immortal words were first spoken to me by my parents, and they still echo in my ears some 50 or 60 years later. Originally, those words meant exactly that. You need to finish your geography assignment before you can watch television, go out to play, or whatever it is that I wanted to do more than my geography assignment. As I got older, those words took on a different meaning. They meant be prepared, be smart, do your research, be diligent, analyze the problem or opportunity, identify potential solutions, analyze those potential solutions, select the best option, implement it, and be prepared to do course corrections because life has this crazy habit of throwing us curveballs. The people behind this book removal initiative deserve a solid F because they clearly have not done their homework. If they had, they would recognize that their efforts are blatantly illegal. As Mayor Deckard as the previous speaker, Mayor Deckard pointed out, the district has an established procedure for removing books from school libraries, and these book banning advocates have chosen not to follow it. Instead, they're attempting to do an end run to impose their narrow views and their will on everyone else. For legal reasons alone, their effort is destined to fail. If they had done their homework, they would also recognize that book banning is a highly ineffective and generally counterproductive tactic. The quickest way to get a junior high or senior high student to read a particular book is to tell them it has been forbidden. They will make it a point to obtain copies of the forbidden book and read it cover to cover. And when they're finished with reading the banned book, they will ask why. Why are some adults so freaked out by this book? Why are some adults so threatened and intimidated by the contents of this book? I have to ask the same questions. Admittedly, I've only read 4 of the titles on the book banners hit list: Water for Elephants, Handmaid's Tale, Art of Racing in the Rain, and Kite Runner. While these books are all very different, they all have some common elements. They're all well written. They're all solid literature. They all examine complex topics in an intelligent manner, and they all explore the dark aspects of humanity: our greed, our prejudice, our cruelty, our savagery, sometimes even outright evil. And these books all describe great bravery and heroism, men and women who stood up and took action against the greed, the prejudice, the cruelty, and the evil, often at great personal expense. These are exactly the kind of lessons our kids should be learning. Clearly, the book banning advocates have not done their homework. Book banning did not work in 1939 Germany, and it will not work in current day America. The rest of us must remain ever vigilant against the efforts of would-be tyrants who would tell us who we can and cannot marry, what medical decisions we can and cannot make, whose vote counts, whose vote doesn't count, and what books we can and cannot read. When we encounter situations like this, we must stand up and actively oppose these would-be tyrants. In short, we must continue to do our homework. Thank you.
Next up is Barb Nash speaking about books removal.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Barb Nash. Many Americans think of challenges to books in schools. In terms of reactive parents, backpack, or hearing a question about a novel raised by their child. However, the large majority of book bans underway today are not spontaneous, organic expressions of citizen concern. Rather, they reflect the work of a growing number of advocacy organizations that have made demanding censorship of certain books and ideas in our school a part of their mission. Over the 2021-22 school year, what started as a modest school-level activity to challenge and remove books in schools grew to a full-fledged social and political movement powered by local, state, and national groups. The vast majority of the books targeted by these groups for removal feature LGBTQ characters or characters of color and or cover race and racism in American history or sex education. This movement to ban books is deeply undemocratic in that it often seeks to impose restrictions on all students and families based on the preferences of those calling for the bans, and notwithstanding polls that consistently show that Americans of all political persuasions oppose book bans. And it is having multifaceted, harmful impacts on students who have a right to access diverse range of stories and perspectives, and especially on those from historically marginalized backgrounds who are watching their library shelves emptied of books that reflect and speak to them, on educators and librarians who are operating in some states in an increasingly punitive and surveillance-oriented environments with a chilling effect on teaching and learning, on the authors whose works are being targeted, and on parents who want to raise students in schools that remain open to curiosity, discovery, and the freedom to read. Legal precedent and expert best practices demand that committee members and principals, superintendents, and school boards act with the constitutional rights of students in mind and using established processes cognizant of harm in eliminating access for all based on the concerns of any individual faction. I stand opposed to banning of books, but the Beaufort County School Board has a policy and a process in place, and I urge you to follow that process to the letter. Thank you.
Next up is Kathleen, and I'm sorry, Kathleen, I'm having trouble reading your last name. L-A. Thank you, Loretti. Please come forward. Your topic is the handling of questionable or challenging library materials.
Thank you to the school board for allowing me my 3 minutes to speak what is on my mind. I am a wife, a mother, a Beaufort resident, a taxpayer, a voter. Earlier in my life, I was a high school English teacher, curriculum director for the largest city in my state, principal of the year, and assistant superintendent. I listened intently to the October 18th meeting, where a man was standing right here at this podium, reading from a carefully prepared speech about the necessity for a forensic audit when the timer went off in his mid-sentence. And as he tried to squeeze in those last couple words, he was repeatedly asked to stop. Why? Because that is your protocol. That is your process. That is your procedure in these meetings, because without it, chaos could so easily erupt. It is to that very protocol that I would like to address my comments regarding your recommendation, No, it wasn't a recommendation. It was a threat by a minority of parents to remove certain books from your library shelves, or they would file a criminal report with the police. I understand a parent's need to protect his or her child. In fact, it's their obligation to do so. I admire that. I get it. However, when there is a complaint, there must be a process in place to address that complaint. In my 35-year career, parents objecting to certain books happened 11 times. And in each time they were handled by a review committee considering parents, pro and con, teachers, librarians, administrators, and yes, students, juniors and seniors. In each separate case, common sense was applied. The book was discussed for its worthiness, its age appropriateness, its relationship to the standards and objectives of our curriculum. In some cases, the student was provided an alternative book and alternative assessment. In other cases, the book was struck from the mandated curriculum and replaced with something else. However, titles were never, ever removed from the shelves. Some were placed in certain areas of the library, monitored closely as to the age of the student checking out that book and the reason for his or her selection. The world is a cruel place, and many of the topics that are discussed in these books, racism, sexuality, brutality, violence, some of these books are even Pulitzer Prize winners. Many of our high school students are 18 and 19 years of age appropriate for the military, age appropriate to vote, age appropriate to enter college or the university. Please do not
Thank you,
prohibit
Ms.
them.
Kathleen. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is Timothy Dodds. Topic, wish to request, and I'm sorry, I can't read the word, justify board's book banning vote.
Hi, I'm Timothy Dodds. I'm a Ladies Island resident. For the first major portion of my life, I was a Northern Ohio resident before I was blessed to come down here. And I voted for every school levy, was active in everything I could to support my daughter as she went through school, and especially worked on all the bond issues for all the local libraries. When I heard about this issue, it disturbed me deeply that this board did or would even consider taking an action to ban books. Especially when you may have received, and I believe Mayor clarified that, something from a third-party recommendation. If you take an action like that without each of you reading all 97 books before you make a decision, as opposed to accepting somebody else's recommendation, then you have truly failed us all. And I would point out, Mayor referred to another aspect of your policies. Well, I read the board's non-discrimination statement, and just to read a brief portion of it, you're committed to non-discrimination and equal opportunity for all students, staff, et cetera, who participate or seek to participate in educational programs. Accordingly, won't discriminate any individual based on race, religion, gender identities, sexual orientation, sex, pregnancy, childbirth, and it goes on. So my contention for you is that if you have acted or would consider acting, once again, you'd be violating your very own policies, and that is not going to stand in a legal court of law, because you could be challenged on that. I know you believe as much in the First Amendment and everything that surrounds it, and as we educate our youth in this community. And I think you're all doing a great job. And this is an area where I think we have to stand together, or we're not going to stand at all. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Skip Hoagland speaking about the school district budget.
Before the clock starts, can I hand this study to somebody before the?
You can hand it to the board secretary, please.
Right here.
Skip Hoagland, South Carolina Watchdog.com. I'm not here to address school issues like books, et cetera. I'm here to once again discuss the 296 million school budget paid by taxpayers. I contend the following. The school district must undergo a forensic audit. William Smith made a statement last meeting that the school district had undergo a forensic audit. This is not true, and it seems Mr. Smith has no knowledge of audits or their reason. The entire school board, to my knowledge, are not.
Hoagland, I just read the rules. You were in the room. You cannot name out the board members by name. You can say one of the
I'm
members.
sorry,
or-
that's not the First Amendment. Your rules do not trump the First Amendment.
Sir,
I'm
you're to
sorry, you
follow the
cannot-
public
I'm sorry,
comment
ma'am.
rules.
You cannot dictate what I say and how I say it. It's unfortunate, or maybe it's fortunate, but for me, it's a First Amendment. So please let me finish and start the
And-
clock back and give me my time.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
Continue on and please do not use.
No,
the
no,
board
I'm
members'
not going
names.
to, no, you're not going to be able to dictate my First Amendment rights. That's like what they're talking about with the books and everything else. You can't do it. It's illegal for you to do it. I've already challenged that. Everybody knows me in this room. I'm a very First Amendment free speech person. So please rewind the clock and let me start my speech over and do not interrupt me and show me respect like I do you. Show me respect. It's called First Amendment free speech. That's what our Constitution is based on. If we don't have a First Amendment, we are lost our way. So now, can I please finish my speech and give me my time back?
You may continue on.
No. So William Smith made the statement last meeting that the school district had undergo that forensic audit. It's just not true. This entire school board, from my knowledge, are not forensic.
We will
audits.
recess for a few minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stay right here until I finish my speech. I'm not leaving this podium. Either you're going to show me respect or I'm going to sit right here. I'm going to stand right here. Okay, so I'm going to finish this speech to the audience.
My topic was book banning.
Okay.
I don't know if that matters.
The handwriting's hard to read.
I kind of wrote this quickly, some notes down. It was mainly in response to the idea that parents' rights should be respected when their kids are in school. And basically, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So I just have thinking in a simple way, I am an ex-teacher, English teacher, and English for second language teacher. So I am sort of familiar with the atmosphere of schools. So my simple suggestion would have been, or would be, if parents want to censor their kids from reading certain books that they deem inappropriate, perhaps it should be done in an individual way, I was thinking. All they would need to do is contact the school librarian and give her a list of books, whether it's 5 or 100, that their child is not to check out. In this way, the school can better serve the interest of all its children. After all, many parents would be thrilled to see their children read any book of their own free will. We should desire, however, that there are many books in the library that express the diversity of our public schools, whether that be history, science, literature, including many points of view. Thank you.
Next up, McKinley Person, book banning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, members of the board. My name is McKinley Person, and I'm here to address the recent removal of almost 100 books from the libraries in the district. First, the evaluation tool created by Moms for Liberty being used to rate these books. It seems that the people are reluctant to share where it came from, or for good reason. Moms for Liberty is a far-right organization whose efforts to ban books used the same strategies all over the country, including threatening criminal action, theatrics at board meetings, and copying and pasting slick sheets or small passages from books and submitting to demand removal, including here in Beaufort. One parent insists that it have been forced to do this as a result of a letter sent by Molly Spearman in November by Henry McMaster. I would like to point out that on November 17th, Molly Spearman responded that the state has no authority over district purchase tax, and the State Department confirmed this on December 17th. Their insistence that the district has violated the law is not based in reality or fact. I think it is important to note that the focus of the book banning has been on pornography in books, yet also include all versions of Stamped, a book about racism that is rated a 1 on their evaluation tool and includes no sexual content. This is evidence that their motive is not pure, but driven by an agenda that includes racism and anti-LGBTQ bigotry. Finally, to address the small comments made by a district official, it is a piece from the WTOC. She mentions removing autonomy from librarians and then notes that no form to challenge any of the materials in the libraries have been turned in. So why are we talking about changing policy and challenging the professionalism of our district librarians? Consider that these passages are flash from entire works of literature, many of who have won multiple awards and have been found to have great literary value. To challenge 1 or 2 books, perhaps, but it is egregious that we have pulled 100 books from the district school. It sets a dangerous precedent for future issues too. Please reconsider what you are doing here, and also know that we expect full transparency going forward, and we are watching closely. They may be loud, but we are smarter.
As detailed on the agenda, our first public comments is a 30-minute session and we've exhausted that. So if the board would like to continue to listen to public comments, we would need a motion and a second. We have about 15 people still in person that would like to speak, and I believe there are a couple on remotely too. Kathy?
Madam Chair, I move that we continue with public comments so that we can hear the voices of everyone sitting in the audience.
I'll second that.
Okay. Ms. Vidrich, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Dr. Wisniewski, I don't think I heard you.
Yes, ma'am. Aye. Yes.
Thank you. All right. We'll continue on. That was unanimous. Next up is Barbara Berry on book banning.
Good evening. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak. And I want to say my heart is so full to hear all these voices. I thought no one agreed with me. So thank you for being caring educators and caring for the education of students in our district. My name is Barbara Berry, and I've lived in Port Royal for over 6 years. And I'm a retired high school English teacher. I taught for 32 years in South Carolina public schools. I'm the mother of 3 adult children who love to read. Our youngest daughter worked in the Richland County Public Library in Columbia in the teen department over the last 7 years, and she would often send me books to read. So I've read 25 of these 97 books. Firstly, the library should be a safe place for teens. Reading promotes critical thinking and seeing life through different views. And by exploring tough topics, it helps many deal with situations in their own lives. We live in a diverse culture, and teens need to see themselves reflected in what they read. I can remember when the Harry Potter books came out and parents would worry that their children would want to be wizards. Teens can distinguish between fact and fiction, and thinking otherwise as being offensive. Book banning is just a veil to promote racism, homophobia, sexism, and to stop the acceptance of diversity in our culture. When I first read about the 97 books, I was worried. But as I have had days to pray and think about it, I realize everything will be okay. If book banning to discourage openness and acceptance of those who are different, that ship has sailed. Teens are smarter and more accepting, but most importantly, their emotional intelligence, self-awareness, and acceptance of their own humanity and flaws are the future. I trust our teens to make right choices. These are kids who have had to navigate shooting drills where violence is normalized, where every day they face problems I never had to deal with. I believe each teen can choose the right book to read out of the school library. If not, teens will find books on the internet, Amazon bookstores, and the public library. Who this ban will impact the most are the kids who do not have transportation to the library or the money to purchase books. Poor teens will be affected the most. Will this be another incident where the less advantaged will be pushed to the side? I ask you to consider the value of helping our teens become adults. Through reading, we explore the world and its diversity. Let me end with this thought from Mark Twain. He's American literature. Some people say he's the father of American literature. He said, censorship is telling a man he can't have steak just because a baby can't chew it. Next up is James Woodfin speaking on book bans.
Good evening, board members. My name is James Woodfin. I am a member of the South Carolina Education Association. I'm a member organizer for them as well. I am also a teacher here in Beaufort County Schools. I teach Project Lead the Way, which is a new curriculum that emphasizes STEM across the curriculum. In my curriculum, one of the things that we cover are famous individuals, computer scientists, names some of you may have not heard of: Grace Hopper, Katherine Johnson. These individuals were pioneers in their fields. Many of them fought against racism and sexism and other challenges. The groups that have suggested banning the list of books here will not stop there. They will continue to push forward. And one day, I may find as an educator that I can no longer read books about Katherine Johnson or Grace Hopper to my students. Let me give you an anecdote here. I had a student in one of my classes. She did not know which computer scientist to write about. I showed her a couple of names, couple pictures of these individuals, and she picked somebody that looked like her. I urged the board to avoid this slippery slope and restore these books to their rightful place in the school district libraries. Failure to do so, I fear, as an educator, will tie my hands in what I can teach and how I can speak to my students. The students in my school, if you were to meet them, are dealing with far more serious things than what books they can or cannot read. I urge the board to focus on the more serious things, such as teacher pay, such as working conditions, such as class sizes, and such as improving our curriculum. And I appreciate all the work that this board, our wonderful superintendent, and the dedicated teachers and staff of Beaufort County Schools do. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is Emily Mayer speaking about the book ban.
Good evening. As someone who grew up in public schools, taught in public schools, and now prepares my daughter to enter our public schools, I believe that it is the public school's role to prepare any child that walks through its doors to be as successful in their community as possible. That happens through developing empathy and critical thinking skills. How do we improve those test scores we care so much about or improve our school report cards? Developing critical thinking skills. How can we develop critical thinking skills in our students if we focus on removing material from them that can help foster that? When did it become the role of public schools to teach children what to think rather than how to think it? Removing books from the shelves, those opportunities, remove that from them. There is a lot of talk about choice when it comes to education these days. Parents would like more say in their children's education. They have great opportunities given to them by this district and our state to do just that. What they don't get to do is have more of a say in other people's children's education. We are blessed to be in one of the more diverse counties in the state. The makeup of it is changing every day. It is the role of public education to welcome every student who walks through its door, no matter what their background. What message do we send the students of Beaufort County schools who see themselves represented in the books we seek to ban? I've seen students' faces light up when they pick up a book that reflects them or helps them better understand others' lived situations. Are we going to take that away from them? How do we prepare BCSD students to be successful outside of the school walls if we censor what they have access to? We fail them as a public school system by holding them back. I have found that some of these conversations around books reflect more on the adults than the kids, that the adults are uncomfortable having these conversations that these stories bring up. What about these topics makes you uncomfortable? Is it that you don't feel prepared for the conversation or have the answers to the questions your child may ask? Is there something that we can do as a community that can help us in these situations rather than banning books? Children are much more astute than we give them credit for. They have access to more material today than any of us ever did, and not because of these books. To stifle their learning, thinking, and questioning simply because we, the adults, are uncomfortable does not move us forward as a society. Book banning becomes a slippery slope once it begins. School board elections are held in a nonpartisan manner because it is your duty to put children above politics. Banning books shows that that isn't the case. I encourage you to keep these books on the shelves in BCSD schools. There is so much on the line and our children are watching. Thank you.
Next up is Dave Cook speaking about education transparency.
Good evening. Fierce audience. Good evening, board members, Dr. Rodriguez and staff. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak this evening. Dr. Rodriguez, on behalf of my family, I want to say thank you to a couple of people on your staff. I want to thank Dr. Levan for taking time to speak with my wife and I. Very professional. We appreciate you sending our information to her. We've spoken with Dr. Stratus since June several times, and she's been a great source of information, prompt and professional. Thank you very much. And my board representative, Kathy Robine, I can't thank you enough for spending as much time as you do talking me through the many issues and concerns. We appreciate it. I spoke before about the chocolate chip cookie analogy, where the cafeteria is serving chocolate chip cookies using dog poop for the chips. Do you still serve them to the students because you're taking a whole cookie approach? That's the way I see it with these books. And I've got to ask, why is it when parents point out that a teacher or staff member does something wrong, it's called a teaching moment, and they're never held accountable or disciplined for what they did? The Reconsideration Review Committee should not have any district employees reviewing each other. That's equivalent to putting all of the deputy solicitors in the jury box during a criminal trial. Please remember, no one is talking about curriculum in here. Parents can request a book for a student if they want them to read it. So let's take a look at some zero tolerance policies that the district has on drugs, alcohol, bullying. I can go all night long. There are a number of things that you have zero tolerance in the school district. However, the one thing that's most harmful to children that isn't even supposed to be in our school libraries are these books. And for some reason, the system is set up in our school district where they tolerate these books. For those of you that talk about banning books, you speak out of ignorance because if my child was in your home and you gave them one of these books, I would have you arrested, and rightfully so under the criminal statute. For those here that are speaking in support of keeping sexually explicit books in school, you too will be held personally accountable for procuring obscene material for the purpose of distribution to a minor. It's a felony in South Carolina, just so you know that. You seem to forget that these are our kids in the schools right now, not yours, and we have to consent to this material being given to them. It's not the other way around. Recently, Mr. Geyer mentioned children have the right to read anything they want. I'm going to go ahead and finish the sentence for him with consent of the parents. Our children are being educated in your schools because we consent to them being educated, not indoctrinated. We entrust them with you for 7 hours a day. Parents have the fundamental right to direct the education of their children. That includes what materials are in schools. Federal laws, such as the Protection of Pupils' Rights Amendment, do just that. I'm going to leave you with this scripture. Actually, first, I'm going to give you a line out of a book. With a sudden thrust, I'm torn in two, and that's the cleanest line I could get. I leave you with this scripture from Luke 17, verse 2. It is better for a person to have a millstone tied around their neck and to be thrown into the sea than for anyone to harm or damage a child. Thank you.
Next up, we have Susan Boyd speaking about book removal from school libraries.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Susan Boyd. I cannot hope to match the eloquence of most of the speakers here tonight, but I want to point out that in an opinion piece in the state newspaper on October 27, David Travis Bland asked sarcastically why the Bible is not on the list of the removed books, given that it is full of sex, violence, war, racism, and the like. Thank you.
Next up is Kathy DeLong. Topic: books removed from library.
Thank you for letting me ask these questions of you, really, more than my opinions. I wonder what the criteria was for choosing these books. Can anybody answer me that? You cannot respond. Okay. What percentage of parents objected to these titles? Can you respond?
No, this is not an interactive comment period.
Okay. So the public is not allowed to know this information. So Mike, as Francis Eubanks stated, why can't the books remain on the shelves and have a computer flag those titles for parents who object to their children gaining knowledge from these titles? I was glad to see that acceptance is valued as evidenced by the acknowledgement of Jason. Pulling books does not promote that same acceptance. Knowledge promotes acceptance. So that's my one comment. Oh, I have one more. We were quoted scripture. As I recall from my high school, there is a separation of church and state. Thank you.
Next up is Julie Matthews. It looks like she has two topics: school safety, guns, and books. Okay. She is no longer here, so we'll go on to Madison Hahn, speaking about the recently banned books.
Good evening, board, parents, students. My name is Madison Hahn, and I'm the current student body president at May River High School. I come here today to speak on behalf of the student body. I'd first like to start by asking for your respect, not just respect for me, but respect for all of the young adults at Beaufort County High Schools who no longer have the right to choose what is appropriate for themselves. I'd like to provide the audience with some sentiments that I have heard from students. And for the sanctity of their confessions, I will be keeping the identities of my peers anonymous. I spoke to a student concerning the banning of the book, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, on the grounds of sexual assault. In the novel, a scene is described where a girl is pressured into a sexual situation with her boyfriend. No, I agree that this content is in fact triggering. However, this is an important passage for the 16-year-old girl. She has confided in me a story of herself in a situation where a relationship was confused as consent. She had recently been guilted into having sexual relations with a boyfriend who refused to take her no as an answer. She felt violated and unsafe and disrespected, but these feelings were perceived as invalid. See, she had previously consented to these relations with the same partner, so she felt as though she should be okay with this harassment. She felt like it was her duty as a part of a relationship to appease her partner, and subsequently felt like a bad girlfriend for feeling uncomfortable around him in the days following. And most importantly, this is the first time her story is being told. Her boyfriend left that night, seeing no issue, as many young people would. But she felt used and dirty and objectified, but most of all did not know that these were normal feelings. This makes me wonder, what can I do to help women like my friend? Where can I find a story that I can show her where she knows she is not alone? And how can I teach high school students the effects of a situation like the aforementioned? And then I realized that this solution exists, and it exists in our school libraries, or at least it formerly existed there. Books mean more to people than just entertainment. A lot of these banned narratives are the realities for our students. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I am limited to this singular anecdote. However, I ask you, where will queer youth find their representation if not books for books like Not All Boys Are Blue? What messages are we sending by teaching students that stories like theirs should be banned? I understand the gripes of allowing the content in libraries, but just because it strikes discomfort does not mean it does not deserve to be heard. And I understand that allowing every piece of literature may set a dangerous precedent, but I ask you to consider the dangerous precedent of disallowing any literature. I ask for compromise, allow for students to have these books, but when they're ready for them. Invest time into researching the books and the impacts that they may have, and consider the audience and allow for the teaching of these novels, even if it requires expressed parental consent. And finally, once again, I ask you that you give the students the respect and trust that they deserve. Thank you.
And next up is Noah Kiefer, also speaking on book ban.
Forgive my emotion. That is my former student, actually current student, a little off, very beautiful. So I've taught at a BCSD high school for 6 years. I'm passionate about my job as an English teacher, as I believe the books I choose to read, analyze, and discuss in my classes have an immense impact on the lessons these students will learn and who they will become. Standard 3 under inquiry-based standards for curriculum in the state of South Carolina says students must construct knowledge to build deeper understanding of the world through exploration, collaboration, and analysis. By viewing this, it shows that building a deeper understanding of the world is part of our curriculum. What this means is that the purpose of education is to nurture the learning of students in a way that teaches them a deeper understanding of the world. This leads our students to become more informed, more intelligent citizens. We as people have a limited number of experiences that we are able to have with one life, which leads us blind to the problems of others. This blindness leads to bitterness and hatred. For example, a student who lives an affluent life does not know the issues of those in poverty. They may hear their parents say there are others who are less fortunate, but this does not sink in. When those same students read about a kid their age who has to put down a dog because of the family's inability to pay for vet expenses, it gives the kids a perspective which shows a real struggle of one who lives in poverty. Reading about situations like this allows students insight into the troubles of others in society and builds empathy towards them. The divisive nature of news and politics in this country leads us with a severe need for such unity. The Perks of Being a Wallflower shows students common issues of coming of age. In this story, Charlie experiences many trials and tribulations of typical high school students. He deals with real issues like pressure from his peers to smoke, drink, and do drugs. The story shows the repercussions of these teens trying to do all these dangerous activities that are far beyond the teens' maturity levels. Reading about this in school allows these students to see a situation they will undoubtedly be exposed to and have a mature adult who they respect and analyze the decisions to engage in these activities. This is just one example of a book on the list that is meaningful and important for students to read, but is being dismissed because of a superficial view of a book by someone who has not read it. If a teacher has read a book and deems it important, their expertise working with literature and students should mean something. The district is listening to the loud minority who wishes to see these 97 books, almost all of which they have not read, to be banned for every student. Each parent should have a say in the information their child is exposed to. Each parent should not have a say in the information others' children are exposed to. The solution is simple. Provide parents with an opportunity to opt out of a book they deem inappropriate. Then allow those students to read an alternative book and complete an alternative assignment. If we allow the ones who scream the loudest and the ones who file lawsuits to decide for the masses, what are we teaching our kids about how life works? Thank you.
Next up is Catherine Fraley on, her topic is Library Book Challenge Process.
All right, good evening. My name is Catherine Freely, and I'm a teacher librarian here in South Carolina and a member of the South Carolina Association of School Librarians. And I'd like to discuss the recent decision of the county to remove almost 100 books from the shelves of our school libraries. The First Amendment of our Constitution guarantees all of us the right to share ideas, gain knowledge, and receive information. And when books are banned or access is limited by the government and special interest groups, we are infringing on our students' First Amendment rights. Each county should have a challenge process in place that requires the challenger to read any book that they're challenging in its entirety. The challenge process should require that the materials stay on the shelves and accessible to the public while they're under review. While it's unconstitutional to remove books from public access and a violation of the First Amendment rights, we understand the worry that many parents have about what your kids have access to. Many of us are members of the community and parents, and we're individually thoughtful and careful about what our kids read and watch. And ultimately, no matter what is on the shelves, it's my decision what I will allow my own children to read. However, it should not be my decision to decide what your kids should read. Library shelves are open access. I have never required a student to check out a certain book, nor would I ever want a librarian to force my own children to check out a book against their will. And this is the precise reason why politicians should not be picking and choosing what our kids have access to. As a parent, I hope that my own middle and high schooler will pick books that align with our family values and inspire them to be good people. But when they don't, it's my job as a parent to discuss their reading choices and create guidelines and structures based on those same values. If need be, I always have the option of requesting that my children don't check out certain books, but I should never have the power to limit what your children are allowed to read because that's your job. And I'm not willing to outsource that job to special interest groups and politicians who are banning books simply because they don't like them. Librarians have the training and expertise to fill shelves with materials that enrich the lives of our readers, and these shelves must reflect our student population while also giving them windows into other worlds. To be a teacher librarian in the state of South Carolina, you must be a certified teacher and have a master's in library and information science. I have 2 master's degrees. My colleagues and I use multiple sources to research the appropriateness of each book for our population. We are asking you to trust us to do our job. As these debates about book banning have become more frequent, so have the threats and harassment towards librarians just for ensuring that our communities have right to access information. I am a strong believer in the First Amendment, and the freedom to receive information is the epitome of the freedom of speech. South Carolina Libraries, my library, has the democratic responsibility to ensure that this right is met for each and every student. Thank you.
Next up is Josh Malkin, speaking about libraries.
Something to the secretary.
Certainly.
Thank
Good evening. My name is Josh Malkin. I'm a legal fellow and legislative advocate with the ACLU of South Carolina. It is the mission of our office to to defend the constitutional and civil rights of South Carolinians. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board this evening. If I'd known the speaker before me knew so much about the First Amendment, I could have saved myself 5 hours of drive time. I strive to be empathetic most days. I've been at school board and county council meetings across the state, and I've listened to people demand that books be banned or restricted. You all have admirably heeded the call to public service and assumed the responsibility of defending the physical, psychological, and intellectual well-being of the students in this county. As a former classroom teacher myself, this must be daunting. Hearing residents explain the perceived dangers of certain books would understandably give you pause. As someone who does my best to evaluate an argument and odds with my own, I can appreciate this pause and your thoughtfulness. However, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees students a right to access information, and that right must be defended. 97 books seems like an enormous number of books with which to be concerned. The individual or individuals who submitted this list are entitled to their opinions. However, opinions of a vocal minority do not supersede the mandates of the United States Constitution. 40 years ago, the Supreme Court heard a case that answered the question, can a school board remove books from library shelves? The conclusion, the court emphatically stated that local school boards may not remove books from library shelves simply because they dislike the ideas contained in those books and seek by their removal to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. Such purposes stand inescapably condemned by our precedents. Banning books is not democratic or Republican. It is not conservative or progressive. It flouts one of the core tenets of our democracy and is un-American. In the same case, the court explained the immense value of ideas that invite disagreement and discourse. Any variation from the majority's opinion may inspire fear. Any word spoken in class, in the lunchroom, or on the campus that deviates from the views of another person may start an argument or cause a disturbance. But our Constitution says we must take this risk, and our history says that it is this sort of hazardous freedom, this kind of openness that is the basis of our national strength and of the independence and vigor of Americans who grow up and live in this often disputatious society. It's hard to imagine the person or people promoting these bans truly disagree with the ideas contained within all of these books. But giving them the benefit of the doubt, they're entitled to express those opinions, and these opinions can inform what their own children read, but they cannot dictate the information that other children can access in the school library. I know folks calling for bans are vocal and adamant. Please know that in addition to all the folks here tonight, there are 21 nonpartisan groups across the state that stand behind you as you defend the freedom to read. I appreciate
Thank you,
your time.
Josh. Next up is Celeste Nalbowski, reconsideration of 97 books from the school library.
Good evening.
50 years. 50 years. That's how many I, Celeste Carlo Nowosky, spent learning to be a school librarian and working with all those who care about and truly love children. I spoke before many community groups about promoting reading in schools. Every parent wants their child to grasp the mechanics of reading. Once children can read easily, they naturally progress to more mature reading materials and begin choosing their reading themselves. These can be traditional books made out of paper or reading found in digital formats. Real fear can impact parents and guardians as they realize that their children can find a work that they think their child is too young or immature to read or understand. I think the greatest fear presents itself when parents realize that their child has found a book that they themselves wouldn't choose, or worse yet, that even they as adults don't understand. Most school libraries collections are built and composed of carefully chosen titles. If the school is fortunate to have the services of a certified school librarian, a process is used to make reading available that will have them grow in their learning as individuals. Books that are well selected can take children to places that gives them understanding, confidence, and courage, and lets them discover themselves without the complexity of the extreme unconditional love that parents have for their children and children have for their parents, whether they show it now or only later as they grow. Do parents have the final say in which a child may read? Yes, they must. However, they cannot dictate what books other children in a school read. 2022 is a year that seems so different from all in my past. I count 4 reasons for being here tonight. Firstly, I never experienced 97 books being challenged at one time. Most times this is one book. I read in the Beaufort Gazette 2 articles detailing the intricacies of this mega challenge. Secondly, I have my own fears about a process used to match adult titles with the contents of school collections. Thirdly, the climate of being civil to one another in conversation is challenging at this time. Verbalizing another point of view in honest conversation can be downright dangerous. Lastly, I come here to offer my experience, my time, my wisdom, my understanding.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lori, and I'm probably going to butcher your last name. It looks like Wolgamuth maybe, on book bans. I'm sorry. Please say your name when you get to the podium.
It's Lori Wolgamuth Tull. It's a mouthful. Per the American Library Association, intellectual freedom is the right of every individual to both seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction, and is the basis for our democratic system. The BCSD's procedures for handling challenged school library materials specifically state that all BCSD employees are charged with the responsibility of upholding the principle of intellectual freedom, and that the BCSD shall be operated to promote academic freedom, the student's right to read, and the fair and reasonable competition of ideas and information. Broadly removing 97 book titles from the Beaufort County School Libraries without following your own procedures sets a dangerous precedent and violates students' First Amendment rights to receive ideas and information. Certainly, the primary responsibility for rearing children rests with parents, and the BCSD procedures recognize the right of a parent or legal guardian to ask a particular school library that materials not be made available to their own children. However, this is now not the route taken in this case. Instead of exercising their parental right to limit their own children's access to these 97 book titles, the complainants made a broad-based verbal challenge, bypassing the clearly outlined reconsideration procedure and usurping the rights of other parents to make their decisions regarding these books. It will be interesting to see how the book review process proceeds because the complainants haven't submitted the required request for reconsideration of school library materials form required for the review process. This form must be completed and submitted for every challenged book and requires that the complainant affirm or deny that the entire book has been read before initiating the process and detail the objectionable material. Without this documentation from the complainant, another important component of the reconstruction or reconsideration procedure is admitted. This challenge to the BCSD procedures for handling challenged school library procedures appears to be the first major test of the procedures. The procedures themselves are straightforward and based on the American Library Association guidelines, but adherence to the procedures is lacking in this case. We must hold the BCSD accountable for following their own procedures regarding challenged books. Our children's intellectual freedom is at stake. Thank you.
Next up is Tim Joy on books and selection procedures.
Good evening, I'm Tim Joy. I've spent a lifetime working with children as a teacher, as a volunteer, and as a social worker. As a social worker, I worked with children at great risk, many of whom who had experienced terrible things. There are no subjects that are dangerous. Ignorance is dangerous, and if we encourage ignorance in our children, they will simply grow up unprepared to deal with a very challenging society that we live in today, more and more challenging. We could shut every library in this country and we would shelter no one from anything. Children today are exposed to everything we can possibly imagine, and parents who think that that's not happening are probably not paying attention. What we can do is be here for the children and have forums in which they can put these experiences in perspective and learn and grow. If we fail to do that, they will surely fail. Thank you very much. Please follow your very well-written procedures. They do not live only in writing after all.
Next up is Debbie Burke on book removal.
My name is Debbie Burke, and I'm a parent of 2 school district students, a high schooler and a middle schooler. Both are avid readers and bring home books from the school library regularly. I was disappointed to hear that the district acted to pull 97 books from review based on a few people complaining that the books are inappropriate. I was even more disappointed when I learned that this decision was in direct conflict with the school district policy that states the BCSD shall be operated to promote academic freedom, the student's right to read, and the fair and reasonable competition of ideas and information. School officials may not broadly remove books from a school library based on narrowly partisan or political grounds that may violate students' First Amendment rights to receive information and ideas. It appears that that's exactly what happened. I understand that the books have not been permanently removed, but they have been made unavailable to any students while a committee that has not yet been formed reviews them, basically rendering them pulled indefinitely. In addition, those requesting the books be removed were not required to submit the request for reconsideration of school library materials form for each book detailing the specific reasons the complainant thought the book was inappropriate, as is required by the policy. They were permitted to submit a list of nearly 100 books saying simply that they were inappropriate. The form requires detailed information about why the complainant deems each book inappropriate to avoid exactly what happened. A few people anointing themselves as the morality police for all of the students of the district and getting a large number of books removed from the shelves. They came to the last board meeting and read the fewest of words possible of a book to ensure there would be no context given for the audience to understand what the overall themes or lessons of the book might be, in an effort to elicit the most extreme reactions and to cause drama to get their desired outcome of forcing their views on everyone else. I, for one, do not need them making decisions for me in regards to what books my children can or cannot read. I trust the school district librarians in their professional expertise to know better than I do or any other individual parent does what books should be in their libraries. They understand the diverse needs of their school community, and their goal is to ensure that all students are seen and represented in the books in their libraries. They understand that not every book is for every student, but that there needs to be books for every single student in the libraries. District policy states that the selection of school library resources is a professional responsibility, which cannot be delegated to a lay person or a lay group. I am asking you all to remember this. Trust your librarians and reconsider the decision to remove the 97 books based on the improper request. If those parents or any others don't like some of the books available in their child's school library, they are able to fill out the request to opt out of school library materials form, and their children will no longer have access to them. Yes, a parent knows what's best for their child, but they don't know what's best for everybody else's child and should not be making decisions for all students. And finally, I want to say to any of the school librarians in the audience or that are watching from home, I want to give you a sincere thank you for all that you do daily to instill the love of reading in your students.
All right, thank you, Debbie. Your time is up. We now have two commenters over the phone. Robin.
As it's been said, I may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I'm someone's shot of whiskey, which is an appropriate comparison for tonight. I used to manage a local bookstore, and part of that job was matching the right book to the right reader. Day in and day out, I did this for readers of all ages for over 10 years, right here in Beaufort County. I learned that the right book in the right hands can change a person's life. The right book can even save a life. What I never did as a bookseller was remove a book because I didn't approve of the contents or withhold books from others because they contained ideas I didn't agree with. You need to put the books back. Beaufort County schools do not follow policy consistently, and it creates inequity in our school system that harms vulnerable students the most: the poor, minorities, students with disabilities. It's not just the book challenge policy. I'm also talking about attendance policy, student discipline, dress code, COVID policy. Let's talk about disability accommodations under Title II of the ADA. I know a lot of parents, myself included, who have had to endure countless meetings, endless forms, obtaining documentation and recommendations from specialists, all in an effort to ensure that our right to a free and appropriate public education is provided to our kids. But then we watched last week as the bigots and book banners got VIP red carpet treatment. No pesky forms, no time-consuming meetings, no documentation required. It should never be easier to strip away a person's rights than it is to protect them. The people behind the book bans are not concerned with what their own children have access to. They want to control what other people have access to. There is no public threat here. Only the threat of ideas, perspectives, and stories that some disapprove of. Every student deserves the opportunity to see themselves represented and given the chance to learn about those who are different. That's why these specific books were challenged. It's a politically motivated attempt to erase people and ideas, and we have a policy to prevent it. The books never should have been removed. I'm calling on the board to direct the superintendent and his staff to return the books to circulation immediately and follow the established policy when any book is challenged in the future. As a parent who values diversity, equity, and inclusion, and with expertise in children's and young adult literature, with expertise in matching the right book with the right person, even if it isn't the right book for me, I volunteer to serve on any necessary review committees formed in the future. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, so you already spoke? Okay, thank you. It's in the audience.
All right, that concludes our first public comments, and we're going to recess for 5 minutes so everybody can stretch their legs. Going to continue the meeting. We are now down to the chairman's report. And I am going to read the written summary of Superintendent's Dr. Frank Rodriguez's 2021-2022 performance evaluation. Dr. Frank Rodriguez began his tenure as a superintendent of Beaufort County School District, BCSD, on July 1, 2019. The Beaufort County Board of Education employs and evaluates the performance of the superintendent. As such, the Board of Education just completed its third annual evaluation of Dr. Rodriguez on the 2021-2022 school year and now is sharing the results with the community. The 2021-2022 Superintendent Annual Evaluation Instrument was modified by the board's Ad Hoc Results Committee and was approved by the superintendent and the board as a whole. The evaluation instrument for this year continues to use the 37 questions related to the 5 components of professional practice, and 2 measurable components of financial oversight have been reinstated. The professional practice portion of the evaluation is weighted at 85%, and the financial oversight measurable component at 15% in the total composite evaluation score. The 37 questions included in the 5 components of professional practice were weighted as follows: governance and board relations, 20%, community relations, 15%, staff relations, 15%, business and finance, 20%, instructional leadership, 30%. Scoring choices for each question were 1, ineffective, 2, minimally effective, 3, effective, and 4, highly effective. Board members completed individual evaluations which were collated and shared with the superintendent and the board. The average scores for each component of professional practice were governance and board relations, 3.72, community relations, 3.79, staff relations, 3.76, business and finance, 3.74, and instructional leadership, 3.83. Dr. Frank Rodriguez earned a total composite evaluation score of 3.66, highly effective overall. The Board of Education is proud to announce that Dr. Frank Rodriguez has improved his performance in professional practice when compared to the prior year's evaluation. The component scores for the current 2021-2022 evaluation ranged from 3.72 to 3.83 for a total of 3.77, whereas they ranged from 3.69 to 3.76 for a total of 3.72 on the 2020-2021 evaluation. Highlights of the financial oversight measurable component are that the budget was spent with 0.2% remaining, and that the Beaufort County School District has maintained Moody's AA1 and S&P AA ratings, which are unsurpassed by any public school district in South Carolina. The Board of Education congratulates Dr. Frank Rodriguez on his highly effective performance rating, leading the Beaufort County School District in the 2021-2022 school year. Returning to full face-to-face instruction and recognizing the learning loss resulting from the pandemic, Dr. Rodriguez mobilized community resources and collaborated with community partners to offer after-school learning opportunities. He revitalized our educators and support staff by proposing salary increases, maintained staff childcare, and continued to emphasize staff development by focusing on instructional reviews and reinstating the Summer Institute. He also introduced the first annual Black History Month conference, which was highly successful. Hard work, effective leadership, flexibility, and innovation by our superintendent guided the district through his initial post-pandemic phase. In addition, Dr. Rodriguez is successfully overseeing the construction projects of the $344 million referendum passed by the voters in 2019. The board sincerely thanks Dr. Rodriguez for his many efforts and for his dedication and commitment to the district. This written summary was submitted by the board and written by myself, the board chair, and Kathy Robine, the board vice chair. It will be released to the public and media, and the attachments will include the summary score equivalents and the 2021-2022 superintendent annual evaluation instrument. Dr. Rodriguez, we thank you and congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And it's a privilege and an honor, and I'm proud superintendent of Beaufort County School District. Thank you.
Next up, we have our committee reports. First, we have Policy Committee with Chair Tricia Fidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. So the Policy Committee met on October 24th. First thing we did, we had a conversation about the Health Education Act, which requires school boards to ensure there's a health advisory committee. And we discussed that at length, and we were going to bring that forward to you all today as evidenced on the agenda. However, in the intervening time, we've noticed there are a couple things that we need to re-look at. There is a policy committee meeting next Monday, and we're going to add this to the agenda. So that first motion right there to recommend the bylaws for the Beaufort County School District Health Advisory Committee will be brought to you all at our next meeting. Okay. The second item that the policy committee looked at was policy GC 2.23L, and that had to do with public comment. And the reason that we started looking at this policy is because our board policy says that we are not to engage, have a discussion, interact with the speakers, and that's very understandable. But there are times when you kind of feel like a statue up here, not being able to respond. So the policy committee does have a motion to bring forward to the board to consider a revision of one of our policies, an attempt to maybe allow some interaction. So can you bring that up, please, Robin? Basically, it's going to say the revision recommendation, persons appearing before the board should be aware that board members are without authority to act independently as individuals in official matters. However, only the presiding chair may respond to give direction to the superintendent to provide follow-up with the member of the public. Questions may be directed to the board, but answers may be deferred pending proper background investigation and formal consideration to administration. So that was came out of policy as a recommendation for a first reading for a change in policy. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
Ms. Fidrich made the motion and Rachel Wisniewski seconded the motion. Discussion. Ms. Boatright.
Yes, thank you. I actually attended that policy meeting. I thought it was a good discussion. I've had some time to think about the recommendations, and I think there's a lot more to unpack in this topic. And it occurred to me that we're going to be seating several new board members here directly. And so I would like to make an amendment to the motion to postpone until after the new board members are seated so that they can have input on policy, public comments policy.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so the motion to postpone until after January 1 has been made by Ms. Boatright and second by William Smith. So is there any discussion on this motion to postpone? Ms. Fidrich.
Realizing that this is our first meeting in November, we only have about 3 meetings left until the new board members will be seated. Ms. Boatright, I think this is a very appropriate amendment and I will support this.
Mr. Smith?
In terms, I almost wanted to possibly ask Ms. Boatright, did she want to table it until January, maybe our second meeting or so in January?
It's basically the same thing. Tabling requires another motion to bring it back off the table. Postponement just sets the date for when we'll pick it back up.
Well, I think a little different. I think that once you table it, it then requires a vote versus getting a second does require a vote. If I'm correct, I want to say that tabling, if you table that motion, it does not require a vote and it automatically goes to the agenda in January.
Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
So you want to go ahead and,
Yeah, I would like to postpone it until after, it still has to get on the agenda setting. So we'll just, but the date will be not before January 1st. So we'll postpone it till after January 1st. I think it'll have the same effect.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have the motion for postponement displayed on the screen. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Dr. Wisniewski? Aye, okay. Any nays? And abstentions? Okay, the motion to postpone carries. Ms. Vidrich.
So Dr. Glatz, that was the shortest policy or any committee report I have given in the 4 years I've been on this board. So that concludes my.
Good work. All right, next up, we have Technology Committee Chair Ingrid Boatwright.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to bring Mark Shohan to the podium, looking very dapper this evening. And I just want to remind the board, we had the full presentation given by Plant Moran to operations. I also gave a summary of that at our last board meeting, as well as making the board aware that the technology committee will be taking up individual pieces of this. So Plant Moran is coming here to give us kind of a brief recap and the opportunity to ask any questions that you guys might have.
Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow board members. I appreciate the time tonight to go over and review the technology audit, the external technology audit of technology services. We have Plant Moran on the phone tonight, and they will be going over the findings. Yes, they're on.
Kyle, you're on mute. Well, I guess you can't hear me then. So, yes, thank you. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Madam Chair and fellow members of the school board. As you said, we're here to kind of go over some findings and answer some questions that you all have. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, if that's possible, so we can follow along here. So hopefully that has come up on your end. Please let me know if it has not. Okay, well, perfect. Again, I'm Kyle Masita with Plant Moran. I'm a principal consultant. I'm also joined by my colleague, Marvin Sawyer, who's also principal consultant. Both of us were two of the team members that worked with the county as part of the technology systems assessment and kind of sharing our findings on their behalf. So real briefly on Plant Moran, we're a tax audit consulting firm. We spend a lot of time in education working with a lot of districts across the country, doing very similar work, helping do assessments, planning, a number of technology related services. And we certainly think this is unique and beneficial to the district, kind of bringing our shared knowledge and what we've learned. It certainly carried its way through our assessment and informed some of our findings and recommendations that we'll share with you today. Just a quick summary on project goals. So the district had issued an RFP for services to try to find a partner to help the district. We were fortunate enough that Beaufort picked Plant Moran to help in this project. And our task was really to look at the technology environment holistically, look to identify some risks and gaps, but also look at potential technologies and strategies that are beneficial to the district, and all of that really to give you a path forward. And we'll kind of share what that is, and really some tactical recommendations along with maybe longer term strategic recommendations for improvement. So real quickly on our approach. So from a tactical level, we broke it into two phases. So phase one was a discovery phase. And in that, we spent a lot of time collecting information, meeting with individuals, and really doing a lot of data gathering. And we like to get a lot of data points from many different sources because that really helps us get a balanced view of what the environment is when we're hearing particular feedback, say from stakeholders or from teachers or from IT staff. We're able to reconcile that information by using a number of varied sources. We take that information and then we do some analysis, as I said, looking at comparable districts that we've worked with, our experience, industry best practices, and really formulating the recommendations and observations we provided. We look at technology across three pillars. So we've got the people, the process, and the technology itself, and we kind of encapsulate that with cybersecurity, given today's world and the importance of cybersecurity to all our clients, and particularly prevalent in K-12 education. The areas we looked at as part of the assessment, I know it might be an eye chart, so forgive me. We focused on a lot, as you can see, and consistent with the prior slide, we did look at people, process, and technology areas. Now, we've noted in this chart the particular areas of interest that the district had noted in your formal request for proposals. And so we spent additional focus on those particular areas, but we didn't want to lose sight of some of the other areas that aren't bolded that we felt were very beneficial and really were key to getting that holistic view that we talked about. If we look at any one of these areas in a vacuum, people, process, or technology, we're going to miss some of the interdependencies that exist and may leave some blind spots in terms of information. I'll turn it over to Marv to talk a little bit about engagement and how we went about some of this data collection.
Thanks, Kyle. Kyle mentioned the discovery portion of our work, that phase one, and that's where we got a lot of that feedback. And we received over 900 end user survey responses, which is great, a great level of participation. And for any math geeks out there, is more than statistically relevant in terms of the information that we then summarized as a result of that. We talked to technology services staff, educational technology staff, really all of them. We interviewed stakeholders. I think we had 17 different stakeholder groups throughout the district that represented leadership either at central office, building level, support staff. You see as well, we talked to a variety of teachers at elementary, middle school, and high school levels. We had a student focus group. So we got a variety of input from them. And we also requested of your staff quite a bit of documentation. We received and reviewed. We requested quite a bit and we received quite a bit as a result of that. So district was very engaged from a variety of different folks to give us input than to kind of really get an understanding of that current state of technology. And as Kyle mentioned, we were using this then to give feedback, and we took the opportunity to look at what are some points of pride, positive areas of feedback. A lot of times you go through an assessment and you only hear the bad. We thought it was important to point out some of the good things going on in the district, and I did hear in our introduction a brief review. So I'll try and I'm not going to cover all of them. I'll just cover a couple because assume you've already seen some of this material, but the ones that really are important to us are the first one, where end user satisfaction, and that's from over 900 survey respondents, was very high. And one of the things we really want to compliment you on is the communication and cooperation between technology services and educational technology is a best practice. One of the best that we've seen. Many districts have those areas broken out into different departments, but the way yours collaborate and work together is really exemplary. And others, as I said, we have some things about how your some policies, procedures, and some of the best practices that you have in place. So move to the next one, which is, all right, how do we balance that then with maybe some areas for improvement? We obviously can't just look at the positive. You hired us also to give you opportunities, right, for improvement. One of the ones, and Kyle might go into it a little bit further, your organizational structure, it does, educational technology services are separate. We'd like to actually see those under one roof because maybe working well because of the personality of the individuals in those two roles. And we want to make sure the structure also supports that good collaboration and feedback. We talk a little bit about some of the software applications. It's a blessing and a curse. You have so many software applications available, wealth of different tools for staff to use. Sometimes there's too many available, and we got to figure out a way to then make sure we're leveraging the best tools that are available. And then you see just some things for further movement to get additional structure in place, additional written policies, procedures, things like that in place. So I think that's probably good from that standpoint, Kyle.
Thanks, Marv. So we look in the environment and we've developed what we call a maturity continuum. I don't say it's a letter grade, it's not pass fail or, A through F, but it's really is a continuum of progress. And one end of the scale being ad hoc and the opposite advanced. And so what we try to do is provide you an indication of where we feel you're at today, and then where you should ideally look to aspire and move to. And so you'll see on the subsequent scorecard, you'll see some indicators of where you're at today, where we're recommending you go. You'll also see a trend indicator. And really what that is representative of, given the current state of the technology environment, initiatives that are underway, will things improve? Will they decline, or will they stay the same? And so we find that this is an effective way to do it. We don't often use advanced only in particular circumstances. Say if you're a bank and we're talking about cybersecurity, obviously proactive, if your money's in that bank, proactive probably isn't enough. You probably want advanced, but again, we try to balance it based on, again, you being a K-12 district in our work there. So generally speaking, this is the maturity assessment scorecard. I would say this is a very good scorecard, comparatively speaking. As in the lead in our firm does a lot of assessments, we've worked with a lot of districts, and we've seen a lot of different scorecards, as you can imagine. And so, certainly want to extend that to the technology team and the work that they've done. I think overall, the condition of the environment is good in a lot of areas. There's a couple of areas where, we think you can move the needle. I think Marv kind of tipped to that is, there aren't, the basement isn't flooding at this point. So now let's start looking at, do we start renovating? Do we start improving and advancing? And I think, as you can see with the scorecard, there's a number of areas where, we feel as though the district is poised to, continue its progress. You've got a lot of those fundamental elements, and now maybe moving into more proactive, more mature processes and technologies and so forth. And so again, very good scorecard, given our work and the work that they've done as a team there. So that said, kind of changing our focus, let's talk about action plans. So we spent our time talking about where you're at today. Let's talk a little bit about where we're recommending you go as a district. And so we've developed kind of a stabilize, enhance, and sustain. And so again, some near-term recommendations for kind of stabilizing environment. Enhancing is really moving that needle and moving technology forward. And then sustaining is just maintaining that level. And then again, I think you iterate and you continue to evolve and improve. So under the category stabilize, I think Marv touched on it about restructuring the technology operations and support model. Again, much credit to the individuals working together to make that an effective and seamless process and a seamless support organization. But what we're looking at recommending is pulling that under a common reporting structure, ideally having a common technology officer, technology lead role that those two groups would report to. And then obviously that by its nature helps build that collaboration and foster further collaboration. Second item was a salary study, which I know, given the timing of this and what Mark has indicated, I believe a lot of that work has been completed at the time of the assessment, early summer. I know it's still underway. So our recommendation is to obviously complete that effort, use that effort when looking at acquisition and retaining of talent, given the labor market. K-12 districts are competing with private, competing sometimes with counties, competing with cities. So again, we felt that that was an area that the district should undertake and pursue. Fourth item on the list is around referendum projects. There is obviously a lot of work that have been done, as noted in the superintendent's review, and this massive bond work that has been completed. And there's been great progress of what we've seen, and that was an area of focus. In the spirit of moving the needle forward, as we talked about, and kind of increasing maturity, we saw there's an opportunity to get technology services and educational technology staff kind of involved in all phases of that work, really from the early design and planning through the transition and ongoing support. That's really a best practice where that you kind of build that partnership. So you have construction folks and others, working hand in hand with technology and educational technology services and educational technology folks. And the last item on the list is completing some server and storage migration activity. So there's some back-end infrastructure, some back-end technology. They're always a evolving process as technology ages. The district replaces those systems and continues to kind of go through that cycle. Certainly that was underway. They can be large, complex projects. We're suggesting focusing resources and time to get those done in a timely manner. So move to the second of the action plan, which is the enhance. And in this one, we're recommending the district look at a comprehensive strategic plan. So Mark and team have developed a strategic plan in response to the Department of Education's requirements to provide a plan. I know they're currently working on developing that plan into a larger body of work. And really then that can help guide a lot of the strategic investment of technology going forward, and is really a best practice to help that process along. We noticed some environmental issues, some operational issues with some of the data center facilities. Certainly can impede the technology that's running there, keeping those facilities cool and power running stable and water out of them, is obviously a best practice. So there was some opportunity to make some investment there just to kind of bring those up to a level. I think all districts really need that. That's where you run a lot of the core networking, a lot of the core infrastructure components of the district. So building in that resiliency is a best practice. Third item on the list is the cloud migration, right? So a lot of work has been done by the district to move applications and software to the cloud, where they're provided by a third party running, say, in another facility, not necessarily managed by the district. And that's really not only a trend, it's a best practice. And so we're saying, continue that work and go back and, some of the low hanging fruit is being tackled. Go back and take a look at, are there other opportunities to further that and get as many of those legacy software applications and things, out of those data centers, which and into a cloud-based alternative. And lastly is a comprehensive disaster recovery plan. Again, as a best practice, always planning for those scenarios that are most probable, inclement weather, power outages, whatever it can be, having a formal and tangible disaster recovery plan. So you can say, when situation A happens, here's our response, here's how we'll restore services to the district. So that you're supporting instruction, that you're supporting the business operations in the district. And it helps really set expectations between the technology folks and the users of technology at the district. So I've done a lot of talking. I'll turn it over to Marv for the sustain one, if you would, Marv.
No problem. And I'll do less talking. So for the sustain area, we talk about re-engaging the technology advisory committee, and that's really a group. We want to make sure it's cross-functional representation, leadership, staff, school representation, technology services, educational technology staff, and that committee can then help with setting direction, IT direction, establishing priorities, giving feedback on budgetary items. So it's, governance for us is important, how you make decisions, who's included in that, and being as transparent as possible. We talk about IT asset management, and so that's just making sure that we have a comprehensive and up-to-date inventory of all hardware and software assets. It obviously allows you to manage the environment more effectively. And the last one, fancy word there, enterprise architecture. It's really taking a holistic view at data, following the state's standards or guidelines for that, which you are doing, and making sure that you look at all the different sources of data. We're really trying to get you down to one source of true data, and making sure that you can get all the reporting and tools that you need, not only from a classroom's perspective, but from an operational perspective as well. And I believe with that, Kyle.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, again, just
concludes it.
Yeah, we're happy to take questions. Again, we thank you for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure working with the district, and we appreciate it. I'll stop sharing at this point.
Thank you. And I just want to also thank my committee members, Colonel Geyer and William Smith. I think, to reiterate, the district's in good shape, but there are some very exciting opportunities on the horizon. And I think there's some opportunities for the board to look at policy and leadership and really propel technology to the forefront. And with that, does anyone have any questions for Plant Moran?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I had
Thank
my
you
hand
very
up.
much. Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Wisniewski.
The one sole question asker 9 times out of 10. I just had one question. You had a really great response to your surveys from the end users. And I assume that was predominantly from staff members. So I was wondering, as a parent who has 3 kids on tablets in our public schools, was there any parent feedback, or was there any type of anecdotal feedback that you got from parents? Because I think that's also important. I know that during COVID, that was a big conversation and learning curve for us.
So we did get that from multiple places. First off, from staff that were also parents of students. We also got that from teachers who were also playing that dual role. And then the unique perspective as only students can give you from their perspective. And of course, they shared some parent perspective when they gave us their views. So those were some of the ways that we actually got that feedback.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
and yeah, I was just going to add to Marvin's response. I think if we looked at the demographics of the respondents, I believe nearly 68% were teachers, and then we had administrative, we had instructional folks, non-instructional, building administrators. So we had a pretty diverse group of respondents to the survey. And as Marv said, relative to parents, it's kind of the mechanism we collected that feedback as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, my compliments to the contractor. You did an excellent job. Very, very good information. And my compliments to the technology department and to you, Mark. You hadn't been evaluated by an outside agency for some time, if ever. And this is hard business to anticipate technology and to provide technology. And educators are hard customers to satisfy. Your shop did extremely well. We got some weaknesses, and you learned some good stuff from this. And I know that you're going to take it to heart and put it together. It's not, there's nothing in here that says you're broken, but there's some things you can make stronger. And so congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
And just in listening to you twice, but in your doing this review, you did say that there were a couple programs that we could that did kind of pretty much go in line with each other and we could pick from, correct?
Not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you referring to software programs?
Yes,
Where
software
maybe-
programs. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
okay, where maybe there are programs that could serve the same purpose. And I think what you have to understand is when sometimes those are specific to a curricular area or specific to a building where someone made that decision. And yes, we see that there's some redundancy there. Some folks might be unhappy when you say, well, here's the one that we really are going to standardize on. But we think you're at a point where you need to go through that process of actually looking hard at each of the software products that you have, what's the functions and features of them, and then trying to look at how much use are we really getting out of this one versus another one. We call that rationalizing all of the software applications that you have. So yes, there are some opportunities there to maybe focus down the number of applications that your teams have to support, because obviously there are a lot of them.
Thank you. Along with that, I'd definitely like to thank you, Mr. Shoreham, for you and your staff and doing the diligent work that you've done. But I just wanted to point that out because that does bring some concerns to me as we move forward into because we didn't just pay for this to just for them to come tell us the information. Now we have the information, we have to do something with the information that he's given us. So that is one of the things that had pretty much kind of got my attention because I've heard that before, so now I think it comes to the terms of, where do we go from here with this information? It would be my question, and I'm not sure whether Mr. Sherman, whether you prepared to tell us just that or start taking a chip at the ice or what?
I would like to make a comment. We do review software. From the administrative side, we always look to our partners in ISD to make the recommended software choices for our students. What we do on a yearly basis is Colleen Beck-Barsky, our Ed Tech Director. She works at reviewing and is currently reviewing the software that's currently being used and their targeted students. So she can then have communications with ISD staff to make sure they're meeting the instructional goals. And if there are gaps we need to fill, or if there's something that can be strategically abandoned. Dr. Stratus's staff meets in the late winter to early spring of every year, brings in all of our directors, and they review the software that's currently being used by the district, because there's a lot of pieces of software that is honed into a particular audience. And we would hate to take that away from those students just because it doesn't fit the needs of these over here. And we'd always rather hear from educators on those software before we make any decisions on those.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Mark, I want to thank you and your team. You all do an outstanding job. I think our contractor has essentially pretty much said that it's one of the best scorecards that they've seen. But like we always say, right, it's about continuous improvement and we continue to work at it. And so in terms of the items, I don't think they spoke about it today, but in my debriefing, one of the things they did speak about, and especially since Mark is dressed up in a suit today, Mark is, so he will moving forward, sit in the superintendent's cabinet and senior staff in order to be able to look at the progress and the work that we're doing on the things that come out of this study. So I don't think they mentioned it today, but that is part of the debriefing process that I had when I sat with them. So thank you all very much.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
I looked at the purity assessment chart there, and I have a question on what is meant by strategic sourcing and why a downward trend.
Yes, I can start with that. So strategic sourcing, way we define it is the use of external vendors for value-added activities, right? And so it's really looking at, are you partnering with outside vendors and partners for maybe specialized skill set, looking at it for augmenting in terms of resources. So if you're trying to get project-based work and there's not adequate resources to do that work, that's essentially what that item is. Relative to the downward trend, I think the biggest impact in that area, we kind of lumped the bond work and the involvement of educational technology and tech services into that. So, that was probably the biggest downward indicator of, we kind of looked at that as that partnership. And then there was a couple of other.
The goal was stability. We haven't reached stability, and yet you have a downward trend. So is there a proposal on how we might get stable there?
Well, I think one of the biggest ones, sir, is looking at, as I said, that relationship with ed tech and tech services and the bond work. So those would be kind of external vendors that are providing the classroom technologies and video surveillance systems. And so I think bolstering that partnership and getting them involved in those conversations and working with construction, that'll bring that to an upward trend and just strengthening that partnership, I think the word was used by one of the other board members. And so that's the biggest impactful area under strategic sourcing. And there were a couple of minor recommendations around managing vendors and contracts as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would anybody like to speak that has not spoken? All right, Mr. Smith.
My question is to Dr. Rodriguez. Actually, I was trying to see if he was going to say that, but I do remember them saying that technology should be his own department. So when will that go into effect? That technology will be the only department, and what does that look like?
Well, technology is its own department.
No, in terms of as you said, Mark will sit at your table as your senior staff. When does that take effect and what does that look like?
Yeah, so
I mean, because you're talking about pay, you could possibly be talking about going up on his pay versus being being in charge of an actual staff, being a chief person. I mean, what does that look like?
That's a lot of questions sitting in there, Mr. Smith, but I think what I would tell you is, you know, I have senior staff meetings every Monday, right? What we have done until this point is we have collaborated with Mark and connected with Mark when we have specific questions about things, but that is what that does is you're just basically solving problems or looking at issues as they come around. What I'm saying is, you know, every Monday, so starting Monday, Mark can sit at senior staff and academic and excuse me, senior staff superintendent's cabinet, if you will. And it's not just about solving a particular problem or something that comes up, but it's about driving what we find, what were the findings that come out of this, right? So that's what that's about. So, I mean, there's a whole lot embedded in what I think you were just asking, but the short answer is Monday.
Okay. And should we be expecting something along the lines of in terms of towards the next budget as well?
Are you talking about fiscal impact as we move forward?
No, I'm talking as in that's to me that comes across from listening to from being in that meeting, from listening to the responsibility and to what that person should do. It seems like it's almost maybe what he's doing, but maybe a little more responsibility. Sometimes comes up in pay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get it clear.
Right. So I'm not going to certainly discuss Mark's compensation right here. Right. But essentially what we would be doing is, you know, wherever Mark sits and whatever Mark is doing, Mark's in charge of driving this work. Right. And all I'm suggesting here is that Mark will sit on the superintendent's cabinet, will sit in senior staff for the purpose of driving this work and keeping all entities that touches all different divisions informed of the work that we're doing in driving this work that's laid out here in front of us. But compensation is a different conversation, right? So I don't think it's fair to Mark for us to have a conversation about his compensation.
No, can I?
Okay, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I think we've sort of drawn this conversation out. I think it's time to move on. And would the chair of the committee like to have any closing
Yes, my closing comments were going to be, these are just the kind of issues we were going to be discussing in technology committee, how this assessment will drive technology's role in the school district. We'll have fulsome conversations about that. So with that, I'd like to conclude the technology committee report.
Thank you. That's more like it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Dr. R.
Thank you. Next item is the superintendent's report. And we have several items today, one under student achievement and one under other matters. So we'll begin first with the student achievement component, and that's the teaching and learning update. Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, Chairwoman Guads and board members. This evening, I bring forward two of our directors from the Instructional Services Division, Melissa Murray and Karen McKinsey. They will provide a brief update on work that they are conducting within our schools throughout our district. Ms. Murray.
Board members, thank you for your time and the opportunity to update you. As Dr. Stratos mentioned, I'm Melissa Murray, the Director of Literacy, supporting pre-K through 12th grade in English language arts. At the beginning of the year, I was able to share some of our focused work for the 2022-2023 school year. And tonight, I'm going to briefly share a little more about two instructional resources, one of which focuses on instruction in the foundations of reading, and our work with building inter-rater reliability for our text-dependent analysis writing. Reading Plus strengthens students' comprehension and vocabulary. The Johns Hopkins evidence for ESSA study found that students engaged in Reading Plus showed significantly greater improvements in reading proficiency than students who received other types of targeted reading instruction. This was one of the compelling reasons for selecting this as an intervention tool for our secondary students. This graphic shares the targeted time at 80% mastery based on students' needs. Reading Plus will support a student who needs practice reading fluently and efficiently so they can comprehend grade level text. Last year, we began with Reading Plus, and you will see our students' gains matched or surpassed the national average of other students who utilized Reading Plus. We are continuing to grow in our work and understanding through professional learning with coaches, teachers, and administrators, and sharing success stories across our district. Our district literacy coach, Frida Mechanic, is in place to support this work at all of our participating schools. SIPS is a strategic intervention for our elementary students who are not able to apply phonics, phonemic awareness, or sight words to his or her reading with efficiency and accuracy. This continuum shows the progression of the work and the piece of the phonics continuum that each component of the SIPS program system deals with. This tool comes with a placement test and progress monitoring. We have ongoing training for interventionists, including school-based coaching and district-wide PD for interventionists and administrators. The writing update. Our work with writing has included district-wide writing opportunities, time for coaches across the district to analyze results together, time for coaches to share and build common understanding of implicit and explicit evidence required of the rubric. And in the next coaches meeting, we will have a full day with the State Department of Education, instructional and assessment leaders, and they will be guiding us through professional learning opportunity from standards to the assessment. Lastly, LETTERS is a state-provided and required professional learning opportunity for 8 of our schools. This is a 2-year commitment. LETTERS is not a curriculum. It translates research into practical guidance on what, when, and how language skills need to be taught. LETTERS training requires educators to attend 4 face-to-face PD each year, and they have online modules and readings to do ongoing. And we at Beaufort County School District are including this work within our professional learning communities to connect this to our classroom instruction. This slide shares that we have 269 active participants. That is our K-3 teachers in the schools listed, but our administrators are also taking this course, as am I and a few other district staff, including Adrienne Sutton, our district literacy coach. We want to learn and support our students and educators. Ms. Sutton is checking in on the progress with our coaches and working ahead of the course, so we will be prepared to support. That concludes the ELA update, and now I have the pleasure of turning the remainder of the presentation to Karen McKenzie, Director of Teaching and Learning.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. Good evening, board members. I always appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you. I'm going to do a quick update as well on the things that we shared earlier in the year. First, the United States History and Constitution end of course exam has been something that we have been working on. As you know, it's based on our new South Carolina standards, which are taught through conceptual understanding of vertical skills. Students begin to learn those skills of historical analysis and inquiry in kindergarten, and the skills build on one another. Along with the vertically aligned content, all of our social studies courses, K through 12, stack on one another. The South Carolina standards are unique, and finding the best fit for professional development opportunities for our teachers can sometimes be difficult. So we decided to create our own. A proposal was developed and submitted to the State Department of Education. The proposal requested professional growth opportunities for foundations for success for our United States History and Constitution educators. It also requested opportunities for training on the assessment alignment with the new South Carolina history standards. We requested a growth opportunity for all South Carolina social studies educators in order to address that vertical alignment of conceptual skills and inquiry process, as well as the strong influence and support for historical literacy analysis. As of yesterday, the state has formally accepted our proposal, and we are currently scheduling those learning opportunities. This will be a pilot model for our state. This will provide learning opportunities for our United States history and Constitution teachers, for all of our social studies teachers, K through 12. Some of those sessions will be provided in a virtual training, but we will also have a full day professional development session for our United States history and Constitution teachers with the State Department on January 3rd. And just so you know, we have not forgotten the other aspect of social studies standards, geography, which is also hard to tackle. We have the South Carolina Geographic Alliance coming to work with our teachers in 3rd, 7th, and 9th grade human geography on that same day. These opportunities are going to serve us well as we continue to work on curriculum development through building the skills component of instructional practices. This is really new for social studies. Social studies has always been content. This is not a change in what we teach, but in how we teach. It's not a change in what we test, but how we test. So just to give you an example, typically an EOC question might say, which of the following are some of our founding fathers who had a dramatic influence on the role of writing the Declaration of Independence? Now our students get a political cartoon, a piece of a headline from the time period, and they're asked to analyze that and tell how that impacted the events that led to the writing of the Declaration. Next, we also ask the State Department Office of Personalized Learning to help us develop specific resources that would help us personalize end-of-course exam preparations. These personalized guides will allow us to fully meet the needs of each one of our students as they prepare for success on those end-of-course exams. We will be beginning with U.S. history and Constitution on that, but we will quickly move to biology, algebra, and English. Next, a spotlight on the arts. You knew I was not going to get up here without talking about the arts. Want to share some of the great things that are happening. A few months ago, when I stood in front of you, one of the things that I was challenged to do was increase a focus on performing arts. After doing a review of that, that was a pretty warranted request, honestly. And one of our weak areas is our middle school. So I reached out to a new principal, Clint Austin. Don't worry, I gave him 2 whole days in that chair before I reached out to him. And I said, would you be willing to pilot this? He said, do you think it'll work? I said, I think we can make it happen. He has done a great job making this happen at Hilton Head Middle School. We now have an after-school performing arts program in theater and music. We have 60 students in that already, and we will have our first performance, which will be Susical in the spring, and I hope to see all of you there. That will continue. Another thing we identified was a need for more opportunities for our gifted and talented students. So we reestablished our district-wide honors program for performing arts. This year, we will have district honors band. We will have 2 district honored courses, both secondary and elementary on that. We will have a district honors orchestra, and we will have district honors dance extravaganza. The way this program is going to work for our students is these students will be prepared initially at their home schools, and then they will come together with a master clinician who is an expert in that area to train for 1 day to put it together, and then we will have a performance. We hope to see you at those as well. I couldn't let this opportunity pass without sharing some great news about things happening for arts and teachers. So, Bluffton High School Bobcat Band, under the direction of Director Anthony Granquist, has proceeded for the 2nd year in a row to state finals. Why is that so important? That is the first time since 1996 that a Beaufort County school has done that. So go Bobcats. That's right. This is also a first for us in a very long time. And I do plan on making this one kind of short because I would love to bring her back in front of you. Patty Shokoff, Hilton Head High School arts teacher, has been named the South Carolina Secondary Art Educator of the Year. Patty is truly fantastic. You've seen a lot of her work come in front of you. She excels in providing opportunities for her students to showcase and exhibit their work in local, state, and national contests. Currently, one of her students that we honored last year in here, Camden Bernstein, is on the cover of the Drexel University National Photography Contest catalog. Why is that important? Because every high school in the United States of America gets that catalog, and our student is on the cover. Patty's also an artist in her own right, nationally recognized this year. She is currently showcased on the National Art Education webpage with her photograph entitled Boneyard at Sunrise, Botany Bay. And finally, what are we doing for those educators? We have developed a Teacher's Corner, which is a tremendous resource designed specifically for our teachers to provide resources to help them connect with one another and keep in contact. This allows them to exchange resources, lesson plans, and activities. Hey, I tried this. It worked with my kids. You should give it a shot. The Teacher's Corner is provided through our staff portal and includes a calendar of events. This calendar is updated every month, and it provides opportunities and events from around the district and from all of our schools. This allows us to support one another and support each other's schools. Professional development opportunities is another tab on this site. This is an opportunity to share national and state opportunities. And this is a great way for our teachers to keep up to date and ahead. Profile units. This allows our teachers to share the profile units they're currently doing. And they also a place where they can get those templates that I've shared with you before. And those units are starting to really come in now. So we're looking forward to sharing those with you soon. Student competitions and opportunities. This is a tab on the site that allows us to share opportunities that our teachers may not otherwise hear about. It gives us a place to catalog them in one location. Opportunities for our students like National History Day, the Tour d'Elegance. It also provides a great opportunity for teachers to push our kids into those extra critical thinking opportunities. Our final section is called What's Brewing. This section allows us to provide teachers a forum to share their ideas, their resources, their activities, and we hope to continue to expand that as time goes on. Our Teacher's Corner would not be possible without the excellence of our communications department. So I want to recognize Dr. Bruder and her staff for all the work in helping us get that started. They are phenomenal, y'all. Connecting our teachers will allow them to share their professional expertise. This was presented to the teacher forum at their last meeting, and teachers are also able to sign up on that site for notifications and alerts of things that are coming. This is a great way to let all of our exceptional educators talk to one another across our district. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
All right, do we have questions? Yes, Kathy?
I have one question and then a comment. So first, let me start with my comment. Our instructional services department is top notch. You know how you know that? You've been selected for a model pilot program for the state. That's a big deal, folks. If anyone who's ever worked in education, when the state chooses you to pilot a program, one that you initiated, that's awesome. Kudos to that. I just want everyone to know. And then I have one question for Ms. Marie. Is SIPs in all of our elementary schools or just in a few?
It is in all of our elementary schools
Okay.
used as an intervention.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Mel Campbell? Oh, okay. Mr. Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question or comment. Please invite the board to attend your 3 January professional development on social studies. Thank you.
Love to have you there.
All right, Ms. Boatright?
Thank you so much. And I appreciate so much you bringing the arts forward because as you know, I really feel like arts is an avenue that we can really develop more. But I think that's what you're doing is great. Part of the thing is I watched the sand dollars over here and that one little girl who was down the floor, like doing the xylophone, set in the rhythm section. I had the opportunity to attend Jazz for All Ages to benefit the junior jazz. They had the Count Basie Orchestra, which is phenomenal. 87 years now of being an orchestra. And they brought up 5 or 6 like high school to college age kids. And these kids could play with the Count Basie Orchestra. They had a 17-year-old vocalist who was from Cuba that was here in America studying music, was a phenomenal singer, ELA. Like her, she said, my English is not so good, but my singing is better, and so there's just arts can inspire people in so many ways. And I think it's an area that, knowing what I know about performing arts education at a secondary level, we've got to take the kids that have generate the enthusiasm. But if we don't have a path to carry them through, if we develop a passion and then it falls off at middle school, or we don't have a band program. So I think focusing on middle school is absolutely the right way to go. And I think also having this district wide, because you have to have at least 8 violinists in an orchestra, and you're not going to get all super talented 8 violinists in one school. I think those are going to have huge impact. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
And thank you for pointing that out because, to have a really great theater program in high school, you need a really great theater program in middle school. And to have a really great band in high school, you need to build up your middle school programs, and so that's just critical.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I was going to say that I would like to thank you for your presentation. And, I'm very into the arts. The arts is something that I spend time in because, every kid ain't going to be make it to the NFL. Every kid ain't going to be a basketball player, but you may have that Jonathan Green or that next artist who's in the community. So I thank you for that. And I know those kids over at Bluffton High School, in terms of their band, they work very hard that not to discredit kids on this side and other bands at all. But that's just something to be proud of. And the painting. I mean, when I visit those schools, those are a couple places where the principals take me. Now I know, i.e., why they take me in those areas, because that's what's leading their schools. So I definitely appreciate you bringing the arts, and I'm looking for you to continue to bring the arts in. Also see a little bit of some of the arts on this side as well. Thank you.
Will do. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rodriguez, before we go on, why don't we have one person present for the second public comments. Please come forward. Ivy Zali. Her topic is vaping and sexually explicit books.
Good evening. I decided to go in the second public comment because I thought vaping was going to be addressed during the superintendent's report. Was it not on the agenda? Okay, I thought second comment came like after all of that, so I apologize. So I'm here tonight to address 2 different topics. First, I'd like to address the concern of vaping in schools, specifically vaping in the bathrooms. The students that are vaping are going in the stalls, locking the stall doors, and then the other students cannot get into the bathrooms to actually use the toilet. Talked to several students who have said that they do not use the restroom while they are at the school. In fact, they go so far as not to consume liquids so that they will not have to use the restroom at school. This could potentially cause long-term health issues. I watched the agenda setting meeting and I was extremely disappointed to hear Dr. Rodriguez say that this issue needs to be solved by teachers being more present in the restrooms. I'm not really sure how he thinks that teachers can be so many places at one time. They have a classroom that they need to be observing, along with the hallways outside of their classrooms. A few weeks ago, I sent a very detailed document to the district and the board with notes that I took from the representative of a company that has a device that can detect vape, among many other things. I noted in those notes that these devices are able to be purchased using grants such as money from either the CARES Act or the funds or ESSER funds. In addition to this issue, I would ask the board to ask the superintendent to investigate implementing hall monitors again to help cut down on the unsafe activities such as vaping in the bathrooms, the many fights that go on sometimes daily at the schools. Second, I would like to address the issue of explicit books in our school libraries and possibly classroom libraries. I'd like to remind you that the First Amendment protects freedom of speech. However, it does not protect providing pornography to minors. I know that many of the books in question may have extremely helpful material for different students, but that does not negate the fact that many of them contain explicit sexuality and some even pornographic X-rated scenes. It's a shame to me because this literature could be as powerful without it. All that we ask as concerned parents is that the material provided to our children is age appropriate. Some of these books are in elementary schools, and that is unacceptable. Thank you for your time and consideration to these very important matters.
All right, that concludes our second public comment session. So Dr. Rodriguez will continue on with the superintendent's report.
Thank you. The next item on the superintendent's report is regarding library media services. Dr. Stratos is on her way up. So Dr. Stratos, thank you for your leadership in our vision. Thank you very much for your instructional services leadership.
Appreciate that, Dr. Rodriguez, and good evening once again, Chairwoman Gwads. I'm switching back and forth. Nice to see you up there, ma'am. And board members, good evening. Tonight's presentation is twofold. It contains a short PowerPoint presentation and an update on instructional services, administrative regulations 38 and 38.1. If we can go to the presentation, thank you. I'd like to take a moment just to share the timeline that our division has been, because we've received communications that we haven't been addressing or being compliant with the state. Just give me 1 second. Okay. If you look up to the slide in front of you, you'll note that we started working in our division in September, late September, early October. We began reviewing a prior administrative regulation 38. It had not been updated in numerous years. We also started at that time the footwork for a library manual because we had not had one updated in 6 years. During that initial review, we made a decision to split instructional services administrative regulation into 2 parts to ensure clarity and ease of reading. If you're familiar, 38 gives you the procedural practices and responsibilities of a librarian. 38.1 started the process for book challenging and reconsideration as well as an appeals process. December 2021, South Carolina School District actually received a model policy, all of our districts, from the State Department of Education in regards to school library materials, as well as procedures for material reconsideration. That was released in January and February of 2022. After reviewing that state model, we updated the state language into our administrative regulation. In March and spring, drafts circulated internally for feedback and additional revisions. In April, we had in-house counsel review the administrative proposal, the regulation to ensure that we were aligned. And in June, we presented it to academic committee. Continuing in June, we presented that administrative regulation to the school board. And as of this writing, no requests, I will share, it was noted earlier today, for reconsideration of school library materials form has been received. One opt-out has been received for a parent within the library, and that is identified within Destiny. Should I not want my child to read or have access to certain material, the school librarian is notified. Destiny, when my name goes in Mary Stratus, it says, you can't do that, Mary. Please look at another material. If you go to the next slide, please. Late August, early September of this academic school year, we received 16 titles regarding objectionable material by community members. District personnel initiated an inventory review of the library materials. And then we met with middle school and high school librarians to discuss the selection process and the deselection process. Remember, year prior of 2021, we had already started that process of rewriting our library manual. Let's note again, it hadn't been updated in 6 years. So we go into continue in September of 2022. We met with all school librarians on various items, including selection and deselection processes, and started setting goals, right, for your collection development. If you're familiar with the South Carolina manual for libraries, it has 3 classifications. Our goal is to be exemplary with regard to having at least 15:1 ratio of books for our students. In October of 2022, we received notice of 97 potential objectionable titles within our schools. October 2022, we communicated the titles and started a process of a re-review in our administrative regulation 38 and 38.1. I'd like you to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide actually shows South Carolina Department of Education, the model policy, some points of it. On my notes, I'm just going to pull out a few things to make mention here. And one of our speakers this evening made mention to a very important point. Item number 1 is educational significance. You'll see that carried out in much of tonight's conversation. Appropriateness, you will hear that coming out in much of tonight's conversation. Part of appropriateness, when you read deep into the language, goes into the utilization of the standards. Our book should be reflection of the standards of South Carolina, what we teach and what we instruct. One of which actually was standard 3 that was mentioned tonight about the opportunity of bringing and creating creative minds. That is also a standard for libraries for instituting. So I want to show the relationship because we have that language in our administrative regulation. If you go to the next slide, you'll see similar topics between this is actually the South Carolina School Boards Association book selection guidelines. A case was referenced earlier tonight. It was the PICO case with regard to the responsibility of school boards not being able to have the right to remove materials from a library. But school boards do have the right of setting standards, and these are the standards by which you operate as a school board. We go to slide 6. This is where you'll start seeing the combination of the language as we go further in the review of the administrative regulations, where we try to get away from ambiguity and to give it a little more footsteps that should we go in that process of reconsidering material, really, what do you consider it to? What is the standard that we operate to? You have obviously there's subjective standards and objective standards, right? You look at a book, you know it's old. It's 15 years or it's 20 years. It's geography, but those countries don't exist anymore. But how do you define appropriateness? So that is to the level that we looked at revisiting the administrative regulations 38 and 38.1. Noting, taking into consideration that we were giving 97 objectionable titles. So you will hear language with regard to an administrative review process as I continue in this presentation. Robin, next slide, please. This is a continuation of the guidelines of what we're seeking to work within. And on to the next slide as to where we are now. Materials Reconsideration Committee for each of the 97 titles. You'll hear later on in Administrative Regulation 38.1, the requirements of a committee. We had many people this evening share that they would like to be part of a committee, which I have to give cheers because these are many people who've already put years into education. So that is one of the items that we are looking at formulating. We recognize that it's 97 titles that have been brought to our attention. Due to math, we need at least 15 committees. Each committee should be a composite of 7 individuals. There are priorities with regard to books that need to be utilized for our teachers because this is a review process. I've heard the language many times tonight about banning. That is not the process by any means, and I do have to take that with the opportunity to share with those in the room and with the public. We're not looking to ban any materials at all. We are looking to take an opportunity for reviewing items that have been brought forward to us that were objectionable. If you go to the second bullet, again, this gives you a description right there of the committee membership. Mrs. Cushenberry, if you can go to the final slide. Thank you. You beat me. Appreciate it. These are just some references. I know that for yourselves, it's not possible for you to click in, but these are just some point of reference. I'd like us to look very closely at the third bullet, book purchasing. I think one of the most important parts that has come up through this process of detailed, even deeper review of what we do with my division is the purchasing practice. If you are reading a book, you purchase a book to go into a library, the expectation is that book has readability for 6 to 10 times. You recognize if you buy a book just out of Barnes and Noble, may not have the same binding and shelf life, or what you'll hear the language being utilized as currency. Are we investing into having value into these books that we could have life? So to me, it was important to stop and pause a moment because we'd like to put forward the recommendation that we work through Follett, which is a library group, or Mackin is another library group, that we purchase for our library, recognizing we want quality books that last on the shelves. Our schools deserve that, our librarians and our children, as well as classroom sets. Because as an educator, as you're reading, you want to be able to use that classroom set more than 3 times. So that's why I put these references here just for the future. You'll see the bullets beneath it. Those are the review groups that are utilized. The South Carolina Association of School Libraries actually came out with a paper last night, actually putting precedence of the importance of utilizing proper reviewing when purchasing material. These are some of the review groups that we've used. It happened to be in coincidence they came out last night. We put this out last week. So with that, if you can go to AR 38, please. And Mrs. Cushenberry, is it possible to do the one that has the red in it so I could show the comparison, or is this the final? Thank you. Greatly appreciated, ma'am. If you notice, and I'll start from the beginning, and obviously it's good, the red is updates. Roman numeral 2, we did not have in our original administrative regulation, is the federal guidelines for non-discrimination. It's a federal law, it is a requirement. We can't discriminate. It was said earlier today, free and appropriate public education. Roman numeral 3, definitions. We try to have standardized language, so we would like to have standardized language of our vocabulary, what defines instructional materials, and it defines instructional programs, also defines recreational reading. A library should provide materials that my teachers are going to be able to utilize in the classroom for direct instruction, but also for interest for our students. Again, common language. If you go look at Roman numeral 4, the highlighted areas in red, those are updates on purchasing practices. The last line is what we're asking our librarians is please just take a moment we've already asked our principals, and it was a rhetorical question. Do you talk to your librarians about what you buy? That communication should happen. Our schools have instructional leaders. Our librarians are the hubs in our buildings. There should be that collaboration. And also that by state guidelines, there should be a curriculum mapping that occurs from our librarians to assure that we're providing our students and our teachers that access both ways. If we go to the next page, please. Roman numeral 5. You've heard this language shared this evening. I wrote down as my side note is provisions for students, right? The consideration for our students. We recognize that we did not have the language where library materials are to align with the standards and with the appropriate grade bands. And we've heard speakers this evening with regard to that as well. Well, we identified following our materials are to be selected with a focus on the following objectives. That is right out of the American Association for Libraries. I may have got it backwards, the American Library Association, and as well as right out of the prior administrative regulation. You look down to uppercase C on the bottom of the page. Start sharing a little more information from the American Libraries Association. And that language was brought up earlier this evening. The last item on that page is as well from the ALA, as well as the South Carolina Library Association. As you turn the page to page 3, pause at the top. It starts giving a little more language as to the utilization of appropriate review sources when we purchase materials. What I am not saying anything negative on the utilization of reviews in Amazon or other public marketplace, but these are reviews through library associations that we're trying to get us to utilize. Amazon is a much quicker way sometimes to purchase. I recognize what I've asked our principals is to consider as you have funding coming forward. Take the time again to speak with your librarian, your English department head, and plan. Plan in advance as finance releases your budget for the upcoming academic school year. Plan in advance so we could purchase in a timely manner and not at the rush to run to another marketplace where we may not be taking the time to be looking at additional reviews when they are available. The following items that you see, they're listed 1 through 9. You will see them coming up in the administrative component of this of 38.1, because they are utilized to identify and create a checklist that we can look at for deselection. So deselection means what do we do to weed or thin out? Again, older material. So if you know what you're using to deselect, that guideline should help you to what? To select. So you'll see that language going back and forth within this administrative regulation. Number 9, I'd like to pause so you could see the language with regard to educational significance. That is quite an update. As well as number 10. Specific language to be aligned to our South Carolina Department of Education College and Career Readiness Standards. This is right out of the manual from the South Carolina Libraries Association, and the criteria is also supported by ALA. The criteria continues on the top of page 4. As you see numbers 11 and 12. I want to share that it is important for us to recognize when we're reviewing materials, every book has to be reviewed as its complete text, not just segments. You've heard over and over that it's important to read the full book. It has to be the book in context. Then go through the review process. And most of our librarians are significantly familiar with what they have in their collections. If you want to go to the next page, page 5. Alpha K basically identifies the necessary signatures for purchasing. So you can see we were bringing purchasing practice as well as being a little more definitive on the selection process or deselection with language, not to have ambiguity. And as you continue on this page, the language actually comes directly from our state manual. If you look at Roman numeral 7, alpha C, and I live and go up above that, and I do apologize for misreading you. All right, look at alpha A. The state recognizes in order for us to have a status of exemplary, there's an expectation of a 5% of your books being weeded out annually. But I want us to recognize that 5%, if you have an excellent collection in a few years, that 5% should be declining as well. So there's a little flaw at that logic, but I just wanted to bring that to our attention, that as we develop our collections even more and invest into our library collections even more, you're going to find we will be weeding, because some of the books, it's time. But then you'll get to a point that you won't have 5% coming out on weeding, right? So that's just a little flaw when I was reviewing this language. If you look at Roman numeral 8, you start with the language on deselection. That's where the language of weeding comes in, as you do to your garden. Now, I come from a state where lantana is a weed, but it's a wonderful plant. So you recognize that not all plants or all books will go through that process, right? Because there are books that are older, and great librarians and great department heads hide some of those older books because they know I'm going to need some additional To Kill the Mockingbird to go into classroom circulation. Maybe a little beat up, but I might be able to do that if its child is at home. If we turn to page 6, you heard me say when I started on this discussion with me, myself, and I, you have objective criteria and subjective criteria. It gives you examples of them to be taken into consideration as we are going through that deselection process in our library collections. And again, if you look down to the bottom, that continuation of the same language that you've seen repeated through this administrative regulation. Page 7. So if you know what you use to select, that's why you see again the same language from the selection component of this administrative regulation. You see it in the deselection, right? If you know what it is, you know what it's not. And with that, Mrs. Cushenberry, if you go to the last page. Provide you some updates on the citations. And that's actually the updates to this component of the administrative regulation 38. I'll pause because I know it's a lot. The brain hurts myself. I do understand. Yeah, you good? Okay. May I proceed or?
We'll
Madam Chair?
pause because we need a motion to either adjourn or continue the meeting beyond 9:15, because that's what our policy is.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we continue.
Second it.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of continuing the meeting, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Dr. Wisniewski? Okay, that we continue on unanimously. Please go ahead, Dr.
Yes.
Stratos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we pull up administrative regulation, IS 38.1. Again, with the red will identify changes to this administrative regulation. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. You'll see once again, the language of Title 9 or our district non-discrimination statement. It also is in another document that you'll see later on. Our goal, as Mrs. Cartledge has shared, is that this statement should be within all our documents as a system. If you look at Roman numeral 3, reconsideration of school library materials. What we've added here is a result of language that and readings from a prior meeting. And this is the language that has put into place the opportunity of an administrative review committee, right? Administrative review committee that we can call and say, we're going to take a look at some items that have been considered objectionable. If you go through the rest of the page, in Roman numeral 4, it defines the options that can be used for a challenge. And I have to say it slow because when you read it, it gets to be a little redundant. So again, Roman numeral 4 identifies the options. The first one is any BCST student or employee, any parent, legal guardian of a BCST student, and any person residing in a BCST attendance zone may challenge specific materials found in school libraries. Alpha A defines the opt-out. As I shared with you, Mary has been identified in Destiny. My mom has said, I can't read that. It comes up, I've done my parent has done their due diligence. They have contacted the school, they put it into Destiny, and they are able to what? When I go to the library, it's something that nope, can't read that, Mary. If you go to the next page, page 2. At the top, again, this is the same language from the prior presentation in June. Complainants may request the addition of, removal of, restriction of, or expanded access to the school library materials by completing the request for reconsideration of school library materials form attached to this administrative regulation. One update to this is I have put in a request that the form is not just tied to this document, that it actually becomes a form that we will embed, on our website. So it could be an electronic form, because I think that's part of the confusion. Like, where do I really get the form? And if you send someone the administrative regulation that the form was populated in, they may not scroll to page 10 to start completing the form. I'm just being a humanist here. All right. As you go to Roman numeral 5, we identified school site reconsideration procedure. This language is right out of the state policy, model policy. If you look at alpha B, uppercase, we expanded that policy a little bit for Beaufort County School District. I shared that with you prior in our meetings on academic committee. If you look at alpha B, number 2, reconsideration forms come to myself as the Chief Instructional Officer. We recognize, again, to date, we've not had any forms received, nor for any type of review. I will turn the page to page 3, because I think it's important to note the membership design that we have on the top. It is designed to have 7 members in the review committee so that you have an odd number. And you look at alpha E, that is where the language and support for the BCST Materials Reconsideration Committee and Administrative Review Committee will use the Beaufort County School District's Reconsideration Committee checklists. And I'll get to that momentarily, but I wanted you to recognize that that is an add-on to this administrative regulation. We did not have that in the past. And that is attached to this document. Roman numeral 4, it goes through the procedures for the committee. In the case of a form being completed and submitted, it is 15 days. In the case, for the reason why we are speaking here today, as I opened in my opening discussion, we recognize 97 books, 15 committees that cannot be executed in 15 days. Priorities will be placed for our teachers who've already given me notification. I need these books reviewed as quickly as the committees are done in order that I could have these back and so that we can go follow what the committee outcome is. Page 4, Administrative Review Committee, it is the same language. So one committee is not different than another. I think it is a very fair representation. Roman numeral 8 defines the appeals process, which actually would land back to our school board. That is right out of the state language. If we go to page 6, Mrs. Cushenberry. So this is the first attachment. It is a request to opt out. Again, my recommendation is these are going to be created electronically because right now they are embedded in the administrative regulation. We go to page 7, attachment 2, request for reconsideration of school library materials form. If you see the form, it is electronic. The goal with this form is to give an idea of what do you find that is distasteful, why you want this material reviewed. Key points to take into consideration, because without that information, what are you really looking to define? That form continues on to page 8 and page 9. If you go to attachment 3, please, page 10. Again, it starts with the non-discrimination policy. And again, let me share the why of this. If you don't have something that tells me that something is wrong, then we have to have a standard by which to review. The items on this checklist have been defined from what we've said for the selection criteria, as well as the deselection criteria with specific language, and they are in 4 areas. So let me start. Educational significance is the language utilized from the state, the American Library Association, that material should have educational significance. I've highlighted that earlier in the PowerPoint presentation. I'll walk through them. The novel supports BCSD's mission, and goals. The novel directly supports the acquisition of related standards. Educational significance was the definition provided for that. The novel contributes to improved academic achievement for a variety of learners and learning styles. The novel promotes the integration of higher level thinking skills. The novel reflects the needs, interests of the school and the culture of the school community. The novel material adds value to the library school collection, and I should have had a period there, I do apologize. The novel reflects a clear, adequate, and broad presentation of the content. And then the form would be, that last line would be a row that would adjust as you write in the commentaries of support within that area. Page 11. If you remember in the PowerPoint presentation, I highlighted quality, content, manner, content manner. Those are languages that is in the state Department of Education as well as in the state board. So it is a quality or a characteristic. The sub items underneath are the components of that characteristic. The novel is to be engaging and able to meet a variety of student needs, meet high standards and quality in factual content and presentation to include, but not limited to, no errors, validity, accuracy, objectivity, well-written, and strong visual appeal. Again, if you refer back to your PowerPoint presentation, the exact language that I opened the presentation with. Ensure reputation and significance of author and producer. The novel material contains a value, currency, the language I used earlier, right? Commensurate with costs. We're not buying books to go on the coffee table that are not used, right? Right. The novel material avoids bias and adheres to the standards of sensitivity related to student race, sex, religion, culture, ethnicity, disability, and socioeconomic status. I also want to share with you on the presentation and the PowerPoint, I may not have highlighted to you, when we met with the principals in September of this academic school year with legal. We did do a presentation of 1.93 proviso that was put into place on July 11th of this academic school year, which has 8 components. Those components are actually, maybe at another time, we'll have that discussion. Ensure that the novel material contains clarity, adequacy, and scope of text. That should have been text. Apologize, catching it. The presentation of contents is organized in a manner that provides clarity and ease to the reader. The novel material ensures a high degree of readability and/or comprehensibility. Again, last row on that, you complete, that's to give the evidence. It would be one form per committee, not 7. Page 12, avoidance of pervasive vulgarity. When considered as a whole, the novel does not appeal to sexual interests in a shameful way. Next characteristic, the novel does not depict or describe sexual conduct in a clearly offensive way. The novel abides by prevailing standards in the adult community in regard to suitable material for minors. The novel is free from graphic depictions of sexual activity. Again, space by which to provide the evidence of it does or if it doesn't. Last item is appropriateness, which again, you've seen that being a standard now from the state and for the School Boards Association. The novel is appropriate to the age and grade level of student. The novel is appropriate. If you'll see, it has a grade band, so you could check for which grade band it would lie appropriately with from the committee's recommendation. The novel is appropriate to the content area. The novel or material reflects the contemporary community standards, and evidence would have to be cited. So this was a checklist that was developed in collaboration and work within the division, also with our educational technology team who do work for supporting our librarians. Last item on this page, in this section is page 13. And I do want you to notice on the top that we put in a committee number. It is a committee number, not name, so that we have some type of administrative way to relate the form with the review process. You want to have that type of filing to stay in place. And again, everything on the forms themselves would be without name on them, but we recognize any committee within the school district is open to public. So when committees meet, public would have the right to join. And that concludes my update on administrative regulation, instructional services 38 and 38.1.
Thank you. All right. Any questions or comments by board members? Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Stratos, for what you guys are doing. This is a very difficult subject. This is not why I ran for school board, right? And I want to apologize a little bit because when this first came up, and you can see it kind of coming across the country.
Yes, ma'am.
As I've said multiple times, I have friends all over the country that are involved in school boards, and you could see this wave heading our way. And I think you guys did a good job of being proactive in setting up this 38.1. My apology is when all this went down, and I think the public should know that we've had multiple email chains where we've been threatened to be arrested. They've called for termination. They've called for jail. It's stressful. And this is not why I signed up for the school board. I don't think it's why anybody else signed up for the school board, but I don't pretend to speak for anybody else. So when I first heard about these 97 books, and I was just like, just do it. Like, we're going to pass this gallstone. It's coming. Just pass it. This kidney stone's better answer. Just pass the kidney stone, get over it, pull them, review it. I did not really do due diligence. And so I think my feedback to Dr. Rodriguez was hasty, but I did call him back after I spent a weekend. I read many of these books. My daughters read almost all of them. And so I kind of got very invested in this situation over the weekend where I went through and I looked at every single book. I actually downloaded several of them. I looked at the law. I looked at other standards. I looked at what other districts were doing. And I called Dr. Rodriguez back and I said, we got to think about this. We can't just rush through this process. I'm very impressed with the thoroughness of the process. I think that I'm very encouraged by the public comments that came out today, not even on their content necessarily, but on the level of discourse they brought. It was professional, it was respectful, it was factual. It was a nice change of pace from what we've heard recently. And so basically, I guess what I would say is I know, and I think the public needs to be aware how difficult this is on staff, how difficult it is on board members, to have to handle these kinds of pseudo culture wars that are coming into the schools. And I also can respect, I do understand both sides of this argument. It's not a clear cut all or nothing. There is standards that have to be adhered to. There are considerations of appropriateness. When the school district puts a book in its library, it is putting its stamp of approval on that book. And we have to think about that. We are not here. So I do understand both sides. On the other hand, I guess I will tell you also, I went through and I talked to a lot of parents. I became the crazy woman in the grocery store asking what you felt about, books in the schools. And I got a pretty good size, pretty diverse sample of parents and colleagues. And this is just something that we don't want the schools focusing on this. We want the schools focusing on learning loss. We want the schools focusing on teachers. We want the schools focusing on fixing the air conditioner, in the hallway, but no one's. So I think that there's just a high level of frustration. So that's just kind of my apology for having sort of that very kind of visceral reaction to all this and just being like, let's just get it over with, to coming back and saying, let's be really thoughtful about this. And I really appreciate all the comments. And then I do have some concerns about having 97 books off the shelves for however long this process will take. In particular, like The Handmaid's Tale is one of the top AP books that is on the AP exam. So there is an element of the importance of some of these books. And I don't necessarily think we have to say that for every book, but there are some books that are just clearly high literary value. So I don't know if there's any way we can consider an expedited aspect. I mean, I just don't even want to necessarily open up another, but I'd like to hear kind of what you thought about that, I guess.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So there's actually 4 points total. I'm going to start from your last item backwards. The utilization of materials for advanced placement literature books. So when students sit for the advanced placement assessment, they have the opportunity to write on genres of books that they've read. One of the best things our educators do is coach our children through books that they know, that they're familiar with. They're also familiar with the exam to help our children, our young adults, our young adults navigate that assessment. Right. So we have had feedback regarding two schools, one title. That book would move up quicker on the review process. So I wanted to share that. The commentary with regard to where we are today versus where maybe we were in June, right? A heightened sensitivity comes forward when you have readings coming to us, right, in an isolated text. You add on to that the other components of what pushing of noise, right, and positions, that can be threatening, recognized. No one, I don't believe anyone in this room, any of you have gone forward to be in the school board as an educator, recognizing that you would be where you are today. Did we also recognize that we would have a card that would be identifying that I got a booster shot or not? That you actually take that. It's not the same world it was. And I have to share that. So we're not in the same place that we were. I think we have worked to improve our administrative regulation. There is a variation theme on it. You brought up a point about a list of books as school board members. It's a very good point because the state doesn't give you a list for libraries. But that comes from that independence of the librarian being able to work with their school membership to create a collection for their school.
We have other hands up. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Stratos, for all your work on this, and Dr. Rodriguez as well. I know that this has been, it has been contentious, and there's a lot of opinions on both sides. And like Ms. Boatwright, I can see both sides of the conversation. I think my concern initially from the get-go of it was in reading the AR. I thought there was still a bit of subjectivity in it prior to today. Now today I see there's some more meat in there. And I also want to point out, like you did during the presentation, that, this hadn't been updated in 6 years. And so that predates you, that predates Dr. Rodriguez, that predates a lot of us. So this was unprecedented, and certainly 97, a list of 97 books being brought forth was unprecedented. I don't think any of us could have predicted that. I think that I'm very thankful for you bringing forward this and all the additional things that you've added to it. In my conversations recently with some other administrators, I learned more about the process that I didn't know even from our conversations in September. And that was about how the process works for a parent opting their child out of particular materials. It's my understanding, I think, at some sites that they require a permission slip of sorts. If a child wants to check something out, it's in a permission slip format. This says opt out. My main question to you is, how are we disseminating that opt-out information? Because I know when my kid is going to watch a PG-13 movie in her class, I have to sign a permission slip, not an opt-out form. So I'm not arguing which way is best. I just want to know, how are we letting parents know that that is an option for them? And also, how are administrators navigating that?
Thank you, Dr. Watts and Dr. Wisniewski. So the opt-out is directly in the classroom. So I'm doing a unit on To Kill a Mockingbird. I'm doing a comparison analysis to 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men may not be the book to utilize if you look at the movie, right? If there were some lucrative points in there. I would send out a note to my parents because of potential language being utilized in the few scenes when it got, as you said, a little bit contentious. And I would, give the opportunity for that student to have a different comparison analysis to Kill the Mockingbird.
Okay.
That happens within, oh, go ahead, ma'am.
That's more in the classroom. I guess my question then, my confusion lies in that I was informed that at the school site level, there's a young adults section, and that children, when they want to check out a book from that area, they have to, if it meets some type of criteria, the child has to have a permission slip from their parents, similar to like when they would if they were going to watch a PG-13 movie in the classroom. How does that work, and where is that in the ARs?
Well, once again, that goes to the opt-out. So that's a disconnect of us having to update and educate our librarians to the procedures tied to 38.1, that it should be that we are opting out, that Mary is not to go to the young adult section. It is identified in Destiny. So when Mary goes to check out, it's a YA book. I cannot take the book out. But with that, I think one of our solutions is to put this information in our community area on our website, so it's not buried in the administrative regulation. That's just it's a technical or administrative switch of mindset. This in particular should be in the community section on our website. I've had that conversation with Ms. Candace earlier today, that would be a place where we could land. We're working with Candace and Susan Lynch in our communications area, that the forms and information could be provided in that area. Again, it's a shift of our mindset to the community access.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Earl Campbell.
I'm not as like Mrs. Boatwright said, I guess she said she got upset. I'm not one to be intimidated, so I don't let that bother me. My concern is that I don't want a small group of folks in this county doing something that has been done in other states. Take books off of the shelf just because you don't like it. Like in Florida, in other states, they have took most of the books that they banned was written by African Americans. So I don't think we should get too upset. We have always had option out in this district ever since I've been on this board. This isn't something that just came up now. We have always had that. So if a parent doesn't want their child to read a certain book, then they can do that, and don't be concerned about it, because don't worry about it, because sooner or later you won't be here. None of us will be here, So don't have a heart attack or a stroke worrying about this. Let nobody, I don't worry about things. I come to do a job that they elect me to do, and that's what I do. And if they don't like what I do, elect somebody else. This is the way I look at it. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. One being procedural. On your committee that meets to vote on the book, and I see your checklist, you got 7 people on that committee. Okay, so if 4 say one thing and 3 say something else, does the 4 win? Or tell me how that's done. What's the final decision? How is it made?
Colonel Guy, we haven't landed the plane there, so we're just starting on that process, but generally it would be majority, right? Majority.
Majority rules.
We haven't put in
Got
that
it.
it's 100% consensus. We haven't. Because if that would be the case on 100% consensus of agreement,
Okay.
I don't know if we would
Okay.
ever cross the line.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, when I first heard about this, I said, put the books in the library and let the parents say, don't let my child check that book out, or restrict the books in a different place. And if you want to check it out, you got to get a permission slip from the parents. Banning books, we don't do that here. We don't burn books. We don't ban books. It bothers me to even be talking about it because it's un-American as far as I'm concerned. But do we have the technology in the media center where a parent that says, I don't want any of these 97 books for my child. And if Guyer comes up, my young Guyer comes up and says, I want to check out Tricks. And you say, whoops, nope. You got a block on you, buddy. You can't check that book out. Go to Kindle and get it on your own.
And I am flawed at my presentation, sir. Thank you for making note. So this software called Destiny actually is where we can put that information. There's a software for where we check out books. And within that, it would say Mary Stratos, because my parent has brought the opt-out that Mary is not to get anything from the young adult section, right? They're using their right as a parent for their child. And it would identify Mary Stratos is not to have access to young adult material. So that software is called Destiny. It's a standard that's utilized. Oh my God, I want to say in most states that I reached out to, it's a standard. And it comes from the state down.
Anybody else like to make a comment that hasn't spoken? Yeah, Kathy.
So does Destiny, so if the parent objects to 1 or 2 books, is Destiny able to just identify those 2 books, or does it have to identify the whole section of young adult?
I haven't looked into the narrative component, but I have confidence that you could either do the YA or specific titles, but I can get that confirmation of information. I don't want to mislead you, Mrs. Robine.
I think that, parents may object to a specific book that they have heard about. And most books, probably more they haven't heard about. And if it just banned all young adult books, that might be an error.
And if I may share, Madam Chair, that a lot of our schools already do separate the materials. The young adult, let's say, or if it's a book that's recommended for 9th grade and they have, their middle school, schools are already doing this in practice. I have to say super kudos to the librarians and the school administrators. This is something that many schools have already done for a period of time.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
I'd like to applaud the effort, and I think, I think we can handle this one. As board members, as educators, I think we become a lot more proactive in terms of what the intent of all of this is about. And it's curriculum engineering, and it's where we need, doing some forward thinking. What the curriculum is going to teach and how, we're going to roll out just a bunch of specifics, starting with the presentation on U.S. history today. All of those things are going to come up as a battleground. It's not just about these books. And I think as board members, we need to begin to look at it, embrace the discussion, and it should be a discussion, especially discussing the books, which is very peripheral in terms of the total argument. I'm not sure, personally, I don't want my child reading the books that you mentioned, but I also know the opportunity should be there for them to select it and bring that to the control factor for me. But in terms of when books are discussed in the classroom and when the teacher has the opportunity and the creative skills to present ideas to students in the classroom, I don't think we can start directing that. If we start directing that, then we start, differentiating the schools in the segments, a bunch of different segments of schools. And then you got a private school here, another school taught here, and another school taught there. And I don't think we need to get in that business. I think we need to begin to plan curriculums that tell truth. And it's all about telling truth. Because kids the backlash is gonna come to these parents and these folks who are now trying to deny the truth. That's where the backlash is coming. They're gonna look back and say, Mom, you lied to me, or Dad, you were not telling the truth. Because the information is there. Information sharing has reached a different height, and we can't stop it. That's my thought about all of this. I'm listening. I'd like to have the things in place where we're safeguarded, but the bottom line is how we developing future minds in our society.
Okay, Ms. Boatright?
I just wanted to clarify something. I'm not intimidated. That's not the point. What I was responding to, though, and I think that many people that spoke today had a valid point, and that's what I'm apologizing. We pulled 97 books. We didn't make them fill out 97 forms, right? That was the question that was asked. And I supported that initially because my thing is these people on both sides, both arguments, this whole thing is causing a distraction at a time when we don't need distractions, and it's painful and it's taking up a tremendous amount of staff time to handle this. So from my point of view, and that is kind of what I wanted people to be aware of, is it's stressful to be called a purveyor of pornography, and it is also stressful to be called a Nazi book burner, whatever it is. And I wanted to get those books pulled, not to take them off the shelves permanently, but pulled to enter the review process as quickly and efficiently as possible. And so I did support that at the time. I do think it has created unintentional consequences because now we have to form 97 committees with 7 community members, and they have to read and really review that book. And that's, I didn't really think that through at the time. I thought that just pulling them, getting them reviewed would get us back to a stable point at some point. But it's not a question of intimidation. It's a question of, man, public education does not need any more distractions, whether it's a pandemic or book reviews or test scores or, all these different things. We have just got to stabilize and get back to a point where we're focusing on education. So however I, as a board member, can facilitate that and support the staff, I think is doing a very good job under the circumstances. That's what I'm here to do. But I would want to be clear that I am not in any way intimidated, nor would my vote change based on that sort of thing, nor would my support change on that sort of thing. So I just wanted to have the opportunity to clarify that.
All right, Dr. Wisniewski, your question will be last.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Ingrid, and with Mr. Campbell. Discussion's healthy and it's necessary, especially with conversations like this, when it's sensitive topics, when it pertains to someone's child and the content that they are going to digest. I mean, it's an important conversation that we need to be having. And I'm glad that, the public that came to speak today, everybody, like you guys said, was very respectful. But the processes and policies drive the district. And so we do have to set a standard for making sure that we follow those. And so I agree with Ingrid. I think that it would have helped and guided the conversation that committees are going to have if those forms were completed. And another thing that I did notice in this new updated regulation is the part about purchasing. I think that was another conversation that was not necessarily had. And I think the purchase process is important because ultimately these decisions and the content that is in our library and media centers lies at our feet as the Board of Education. That is within statute. It's one of our main responsibilities is supplemental materials and recreational materials that are in our library. So I just want to make sure that, we always take these things seriously. This was an exigent circumstance, and Mary or Dr. Stratos and Dr. Rodriguez, I do appreciate all the time and effort that your staff is taking to undergo this this review, and thank you all.
All right, Dr. Rodriguez, we're going to move on. Mr. Smith, you've had the opportunity to speak and you chose not to. And so, Dr. Rodriguez, it's now 10 of 10, and we've been here 5 hours and 20 minutes. So I think it's time to go on vaping.
Well, I'll just go ahead on the record and say my comment.
No, Mr. Smith,
in
you're out of
terms,
order.
I'm not out of order.
Yes, you are, sir. You're not
Okay,
being
in
recognized.
terms of,
We'll recess. He's out of order.
you can recess and I'll be right here, and I'll be right here when you recess, when you pull that stuff again. I'll be right here. Go ahead and recess. Out of your mind. For the vote, point of order, call for the vote.
What are we voting on?
Whether, so he asked for appeal to the rule the chair was seconded by Mr. Campbell. So we vote now as to whether or not Mr. Smith's comments were out of order. That's the
Okay,
procedure.
So let's,
The
for
call-
those who feel his comments were out of order, please raise your hand and say yes.
And actually, can I clarify? What you really are doing is saying, was the chair correct in moving on to vaping? Because I do support that. I do support that you had already called on to vaping and that it was appropriate for the chair to have that. So I would vote yes to that motion.
Okay, so let's see the motion.
Well, it's not a
Well,
motion.
you have to
It's
know
just,
what
it's
the
just, a- yeah, it's not a motion. It's just an appeal. Okay. Yeah, it's just-
Yeah, the motion is to appeal, that's all.
Right. So the
Yeah.
question is, was the chair correct
Actually,
in not recognizing Mr. Smith under the circumstances? I say, yeah, well,
actually, I think that's driving the vote. I think the question is, to be technical is more,
Stop interrupting.
I'm not interrupting, I'm just,
Calling the vote and you keep interrupting.
yeah, that's your perception.
no, that's the
That's-
Robert's rules.
I'm
Madam,
presiding over the meeting. It's Robert's rules.
Madam,
So all those who feel that the chair's ruling that Mr. Smith was out of order and that we needed to move on to vaping, please say aye.
It's not about out of order.
Aye.
It's not about out of order.
Aye.
It's not about out of order.
Mr. Smith, close your mouth and listen.
I don't have to.
Madam Chair. We, as a board, is going downhill because we cannot control ourselves. And it's sad, but we as adults to act the way we act. It doesn't make sense at all.
So can we have a tally of that? I didn't see everybody who rose there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the audio was muted, so I couldn't hear what was
Lord.
occurring. So I'm gonna abstain from this, but I would hope that the decorum could improve.
So we called for a vote. I still don't even know who voted.
Just everyone raise their hand again, voted yes. So it's-
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 yeses and who was a no? Yeah, I got you. Who voted no? Mr. Smith and Mr. Campbell, Mel Campbell. And then one abstention was Dr. Wisniewski. Okay, so you were declared out of order by the board. All right, now we'll move on to vaping. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. Well, good evening, board members. I'm Dr. Darius Skaggs. I'm the Director of Student Success, and I'm here tonight to give you a vaping update. Next slide. Currently, there's a epidemic going on across the nation when it comes to vaping. The most recent survey from the FDA reported that over 2.5 million middle and high school students have reported their current users of vapes. The most currently used overwhelmingly type of vape would be a flavored vape. More than a quarter of current youth say that they're currently vaping. And the most typical device they use is a disposable vape. Next slide. So our tobacco companies, they've got really good at targeting our teens when it comes to vaping. They've kind of disguised these things as ice pops, tobacco and ice pops. There's actually over 15,000 different flavors of vapes to choose from. Everything from cream soda, pina colada to blueberry cake. And these vapes, they present unique challenges for us in education. Most of us can remember coming up and smelling the bathrooms, and you can kind of tell when a cigarette was going on in the bathroom because of the odor of not only the bathroom and the hallway, but also the student who was smoking. Currently, the industry is very good at, first off, hiding the aroma of these because, of course, once the vapes hit the open atmosphere, they do just kind of vaporize. So that they don't just, the smoke doesn't just hang around. Also, the industry is starting to design these devices look like normal, like devices that students would have in their belongings. For example, they have USB drives that look like vapes, plug straight in. We've found key fobs that actually flip out like a key and looks like a vape. So it's very hard to, unless you've been really trained to even identify some of the vapes that are even coming into the schools, because the industry's got so good at disguising these things. Research does also indicate that the vapor detection machines have been kind of ineffective nationwide. And kind of funny, when we were researching this, I did just a quick Google search on vaping detection machines, trying to get some more, information about that. And the first thing that pops up is, how do you get away with it, or how do you hide from the vape detection machines? So they're literally training students online that even if we had vape detection machines, how to kind of get away from getting caught still. The message from the manufacturers and the distributors are they're safe or safer than cigarettes. They're marketed as far as they're just water vapor or a good alternative to quit smoking cigarettes. And of course, most of us know, we know now that that's not true. So Beaufort County School District, we use a three-prong approach. Of course, our policy is embedded with we don't have tobacco or drug use on our campuses. Again, that's embedded in our policy. And then we take prevention, and then community and agency partnerships is kind of our three-prong approach. So the next slide is our progressive discipline matrix. So the State Department of Education, they're still trying to catch up with this as well, kind of like we are. But they basically gave us guidance on how we define these vapes. So you got to keep in mind, right now on our discipline matrix, they either fall into one of three categories. So if it's something, and the State Department gave us the guidance, if it's something that you can buy over the counter at like a convenience store locally, so that does include CBD and then also nicotine type vapes. If you can buy it over the counter, as of right now, we've been instructed to classify those under the tobacco code infraction. If it is something that has an illegal substance in it, like marijuana, if it's a controlled substance, we've been instructed to code that under either drug use, drug possession, or in some cases, we do code it as both. If you have been determined to be under the influence and we find one of those devices on you, then we would use both of those infractions and do a combined type of consequence from there. Now, just like all infractions in our discipline matrix, they are progressive. So the more occurrences that you do get caught, it progresses in terms of intensity in consequences. As you see, it goes anywhere from tobacco, 3 days ISS, all the way up to expulsion, especially if it's a drug type offense. And then also it's an intensity in intervention and prevention. So it's going to take us to our next slide. So some of the things, the last presentation I had the honor of presenting, we talked about MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. So this is also an area where we want to provide prevention or intervention for students who have been caught vaping, and of course, prevention to keep them from vaping altogether. So some of the things that we do use, of course, this is not an extensive list, this is just some examples, are the Too Good for Drugs curriculum. We are getting all of our secondary, that's middle and high school behavior specialists trained on this curriculum. We also, if we've identified that a student may be using it for coping, as we know some people do that for coping, then we would teach coping skills to that student as a replacement instead of using some type of vape. Also in school and wraparound services as far as counseling, we provide to some students if that's the need. If it's an offender that's had repeat offenses as far as multiple times getting caught with a vape, and we're in an MTSS meeting and the parent is there, sometimes we do recommend, of course, parent consent, that they be searched. That way they don't have that addictive vape right in their pocket, which helps kind of limit them, those cravings throughout the day. And then we can also teach some of those coping skills of that drug prevention. We also realize that a lot of these companies, they target our students. They make vaping seem like the cool thing to do. Social media, it looks like it's just like the new, fad that's coming through. And so they target our students with low self-esteem. So if we do identify that in an MTSS meeting, then we do work on self-esteem activities for those students. We also have a free service from Discovery Ed. They do an Operation Prevention, which is a partnership that we have with them. It's actually a free service for all of our schools to do some more of that prevention type curriculum. Again, we also have community partners. Beaufort County Drug and Alcohol is one of our premier partners. We have actually a drug and alcohol counselor at Right Choices. And then throughout the district, the director actually came and presented to all of our administrators recently about the services they offer north and south of the Broad. We also partner with local law enforcement. We have community guest speakers come in to kind of share their story, do assemblies and whatnot, trying for more of that prevention model. And then, of course, trying to push out more parent education and collaboration, because the school district alone, this is a nationwide epidemic. It's not possible for us to just combat it ourselves. We got to get more information out there, and we got to collaborate with these community stakeholders to try to come up with a more holistic approach. So that's kind of just it to a T.
All right. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Skaggs, and Dr. Watts. So, Dr. Skaggs, I really am not that familiar with vaping. How old do you have to be to buy a vaping, whatever, a vaping thing?
Yeah. So, oh, you want to do it?
So if you're buying it legally, there are 27 vape shops in Beaufort County alone. That does not include the gas stations and grocery stores that are available for purchase. One of the issues is that a lot of the statistics you see on vaping, much of this begins at a very young age outside of school.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of students can access the purchasing these online. And if they're buying them online, then you don't have to meet those same requirements. But if you go into a gas station and if it's a tobacco product, then it has to be 18 years old. Now, there are different variations to some of the oils that go into these. It gets very complicated. I actually brought some to show you, because some of these are marketed in such that you would not know what you were purchasing. Like even at a gas station, a child may ask, can I buy this at a gas station? A parent could say yes. If they don't read labels or those kind of things, the way they're built and labeled, you would not know what you were purchasing. And that happens more frequently than you would think.
Okay, so may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So I asked for this discussion. I attended an SIC meeting at a local high school, and it was brought up by several parents as a real concern. And we all received an email that included also that recommendation maybe to look into the Halo machine.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I understand that you did some research and the viability and so on.
So it might be helpful to go into what is a Halo machine. And what
Okay,
does it
please
do.
do. Yeah, I mean,
So a Halo machine detects the air quality in the room. And so it is a device that you would place in your restrooms. Halo is a brand. There are other brands of vape detectors, but it detects air quality within a restroom. The issue is that, number one, it is a device on a wall, and we obviously cannot have cameras in a restroom, so it can be detached, destroyed, whatever. The real problem is that because it's a vapor, if you don't dissipate the vapor into the air or just blow it into your sleeve or into the, I hate to say, into the toilet, there are many, and they're very, very expensive. It's about $15,000 per device. And knowing that and knowing the availability and some of the vape companies now are building the vapor devices that are non-detectable by the vape machines. So it's a huge investment, but we haven't seen nationally quite the return on investment unless you research Halo's own research. They might tell a different story, but if you look at districts that have done it across the country, they haven't necessarily seen the same return on investment.
So Mr. Mel Campbell?
Seems to me like this is a very, very serious problem that we are looking at from just a subliminal basis. It's almost like we're allowing cigarette smoking and drug use in the building for lack of resources. That's what it looks like to me. That's where it's going. So my thought about it is that we need to aggressively address this. And when I say aggressively address it, we may need to have hall monitors or bathroom monitors. We may need to have, human eyes in the bathroom as students go in the bathroom. Because if this continues to grow, I mean, every child in America is going to be vaping in the building. And it's going to be an accepted behavior. If that's what we want, then we might go the other way, the more controversial way, and allow a smoking hour where kids can vape and do whatever they want to do in the high schools. But if we're not going that way, then we absolutely need to address this problem right now definitively. And, I see what you have listed here, and I see the partnerships and all that, and I know that didn't work with drugs. It didn't work. Just having someone come in and speak. Wow, it's a big show in the auditorium about, vaping, and that doesn't work. It's got to be something that's very proactive and something in which the students begin to get the message. It's unaccepted. And after a while, you'll have a new climate. But right now, we ought to think about using resources to get that nipped in the butt right now.
All right, we got hands up already. We have next is Earl Campbell.
Yeah, I have a lot of concern because I've had students, teachers, and other folks at schools complain about this, and they are very upset. And I know you saw something about a treatment program, but if parents don't want their child to be treated, you look at it, like he said, the drug problem. That is the reason why we have a drug problem in this country today. Nobody talks about treatment. We talk about locking them up. But we need to do something about this because a lot of students are concerned. They can't use the bathrooms. Teachers are complaining that when you do catch a student vaping, they don't get no punishment. Or the punishment is for so light, So we have to address this because if we don't, like Mel said, it's gonna get larger and larger. And I know sometimes we don't want to step on people's toes, but we have to do it. Thank you.
All right, next is, we're going to come back to you, Tricia, since you've spoken. Kathy?
I have a question for Dr. Skaggs and Dr. Cox. And Mel, to your point, when I was in high school in Michigan, they couldn't keep the bathrooms clean either. All the smokers were in there and there was a smoking area outside. Yeah, so I certainly don't propose that we do that, but I have experienced that as a student myself. Do you think that hall monitors would be effective in, curtailing this?
So the schools already do circulate quite frequently into the restrooms. We started doing that last school year when we had a lot of the damage that we saw last year. And with the TikTok challenges. The point of this is if a child goes into a stall and locks the door, and you're also talking about placing people to stand physically in a restroom while a child uses the restroom, that causes a lot of concerns about. We've had parents, that would have concerns with some of those practices as well, even trying to limit restroom use during certain times, not banning it, just trying to limit the number in a restroom. We've used a lot of mitigating strategies to try to do those things. I don't know that I have enough information to answer that, but I can tell you that we've thrown manpower at it. And it's something that is just rotating. And, you know, they're actually, I will say that when a child or someone experiences this, sometimes we quantify that as something that happens in every restroom at all times, all day long, and that's not necessarily the case. So.
All right, Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking about other ways to, for lack of a better term, police it. And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but when we have our checks with the drug sniffing dogs, can they detect the nicotine levels in these or the THC levels in the cartridges?
No. No, our SROs are saying no.
Good to know.
Unanimously.
That's another barrier to, you know, I thought they could if there was, you know, nicotine or THC in them. I don't know about the other stuff that's in those things, but good to know. Thank you.
But it goes back to one of the earlier slides. They're built for concealment. So they're not packaged, designed, and built to be detected. And that's part of it.
All right, Mr. Smith.
Just in hearing some of this and other things that are going on, I think that now would be the time to start the conversation of bringing hall monitors back, because I believe that hall monitors, having four hall monitors in the school when I was in school, that not only deterred from fighting, but that deterred from using some of those substances as well. So, you know, I think that hall monitors could definitely impact that. So at this time, I'll make a motion that we and I'll make a motion that we to
Oh, that's why you were. Yes, you may go ahead.
So, Dr. Cox, I totally understand that, you know, you couldn't answer that definitively. But I am going to make a motion. It'll be up in just a second, because I think that in our society now, we need more eyes on kids. I think just kids are requiring more adults. All right. So I think that I'd like to move that the Beaufort County Board of Education direct the superintendent to develop a feasibility plan for the hiring of hall monitors for all BCSD middle and high schools for school year 23-24.
Seconded.
So, discussion?
Yes.
So what I wanted to do is just to ask Dr. Rodriguez to think about, you know, the financial aspects of it, the distribution of hall monitors in the different schools, and just bring back a plan to this board, you know, around budget time as to the viability and feasibility of doing that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Smith.
And I was just gonna say, I definitely second the motion because of the same reason. I know when I was in schools, hall monitors, we did have hall monitors, and they made it a whole lot different and made it more hectic for us to do anything that was wrong. You know, that when we saw them, we tightened up. So that's why I'm definitely supporting this motion.
Mr. Mel Kimball.
I agree with it. I know it's a costly concept, but I think, like Tricia says, we need more eyes, more bodies, more links. And hall monitors can be links for other reasons in the school. Change some of the culture that's being created outside of the school by having people actively involved that are really part of our team. And I'm not saying we're chasing down vapors with the hall monitors. I think we need hall monitors to be active there for other components that might eventually change the attitude of the current day vapor. And that's the way I'd like to look at how we can use hall monitors. Because eventually kids are gonna do what they hear adults tell them is the good things to do. and a hall monitor is another person, hopefully, telling them that it's not good to vape, it's not good to do these things, and they're a little bit, they become a little bit more active than a teacher that a child doesn't have. Hall monitor knows everybody in the school. My experience, they know the whole 1,000 students, over time, and 1,000 students know them. It can happen overnight, but I think it generated a different kind of culture.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this motion, but I also hope that Dr. Rodriguez will consider capitalizing on some of our community partnerships that we've been able to foster during COVID and last couple of years. He's great at that. And I think that there are different dad groups and nonprofits and other organizations that could potentially form some volunteer groups to offset any potential financial cost of this. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the motion, but I realize by doing that, I'm giving Dr. Rodriguez a very, very difficult challenge. Not only do you have to figure out how you're going to hire them and what it's going to cost, and that shouldn't be, the cost is not an issue. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the vetting of people. I'm concerned about the rules of engagement. I'm concerned about we're going to just increase the sheriff of Nottingham so that we have more Robin Hoods running around and it's more fun to beat the cops. I mean, there's a lot of things that you got to look at, and this is not easy. But I agree, we have to do something. We can't just let status quo continue.
Okay, Ms. Boatright.
I'm going to take the bold move of abstaining from this motion because I don't understand exactly what we're talking about asking him to do. And as a parent of a high school student who frequently tells me about the bathroom situation, I agree, the bathroom situation's bad. But I just don't understand, how it would work, what hot schools we're talking about, how much money it would cost, who we're looking at hiring, how we're going to like that is such a big thing. I'm not even exactly sure what we're asking Dr. Rodriguez to do. And not to get super technical, but vaping was on the agenda. It's 10:30 at night. I don't really feel like having this huge conversation. So my bottom line is bold move here. I'm abstaining on this motion.
So I haven't spoken. So Dr. Rodriguez, what do you think of this? How do you see, to me, as a physician, the way I see vaping being best addressed is by prevention, as opposed to imposing discipline after the fact. Now, prevention is a hard thing to do, though. How do what exactly do we need to do, not just in our schools, but in our community? It would be to try to prevent kids from just, experimenting with it, trying it out. I mean, people's nature is they want to experiment. They want to try things out. I was thinking, my dad, who was a physician, unfortunately smoked, got I guess you'd say, to be a tobacco user during World War II, when we didn't really know all the terrible things about tobacco use. My dad ended up with a below the knee amputation. And boy, I can tell you that was the biggest deterrent to smoking of his grandchildren, is to see Papa with a broken leg. And I mean, that sounds kind of graphic and not very nice, but I think we really should try to think of ways of deterring people from starting to use the vapes and tobacco. These companies want these kids on it because they're going to be hooked for life. They go on to the combustible cigarettes. It's not like they stop just with the cartridges. And I know from the research I did for tonight's meeting, looking at the American Academy of Otolaryngology head and neck surgery, what are their position statements? What is the American Academy of Pediatrics position statements on this problem? And these children, that are using vapes are more likely to have depression, anxiety, get to opioid use. I mean, it leads to a lot of other problems. It's not just a vape problem. And I'm not sure either at this point. We've been here 6 hours. that this is the best, decision making right now. And I would like to have you weigh in, Dr. Rodriguez.
Well, first of all, vaping, is a significant issue for teens and youth across the country. I mean, you heard some statistics today. Okay. This is not something that you're going to punish your way out of. This is not something that, this needs a whole community-wide effort. This needs parent engagement. Students are with us 7 hours a day, right? 17 hours a day, they're not here, right? They don't stop vaping the other 17 hours of the day, right? So this is a massive community-wide issue, and hall monitors will help with vigilance, right? Additional eyes on the campus, and it will be helpful from that end, and that sort of thing. We can increase the punishment that we give for it, but when you're addicted, right? Chances are I'm going to see you again for the same situation again, right? So I don't know that that's necessarily the solution, but additional eyes on the campus is not going to hurt. Okay, in terms of it, all right. I think that that it requires more than just the school to solve this problem. I mean, if you think about it, how many things do we throw at schools and say, fix this for us, please? Right? This is another issue, which, quite frankly, I'm good with taking a try at it, right? Why? Because these kids are with us for 7 hours a day, right? And our parents send us their most prized possession for 7 hours a day, right? And so I'm good with us trying different options and different opportunities. But I just want to be clear up front that hall monitors are not going to solve it. And I hope we're all realistic about that, right? Whether we hire them, whether we recruit volunteers, whatever those things might be, that's not going to solve it, right? And so what we need to do, we need to deter it as much as possible, certainly while they're with us. Okay. And that's what I see hall monitors doing is, maybe deterring an actual vape situation happening this time when I was in that bathroom. Okay. But it's like fire ants in your front yard. Okay. You pour the powder on it. Okay. They show up 15 yards over in your front yard. Again, right? You pour the powder on it. They show up over on this side, right? So what I'm saying is, as we try to resolve it, right? It's not, a hall monitor is not going to cure it for America, right? And certainly not for Beaufort County, but it'll help deter it. I think we need to continue with prevention options and partnerships with community partners, education about what it does to you. Where does it lead? I can remember when I was in school and we had prom, and coming up before prom, there was Mothers Against Drunk Drivers had petitions and things that kids signed and promised not to do, and they had different videos that we had to watch about the effects of drunk driving and drugs and those kinds of things, right? So if whatever we do deters 5 kids from doing it, okay, then great, we've deterred 5 kids from doing it. But my point is, I just want us to go in eyes wide open that just hall monitors is not the solution, right? I think that's what I think. And I think we need to continue the efforts that we have alongside of any extra vigilance that we put in place in the middle schools and high schools to deter it. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy.
Just very quickly, I'm going to support the motion. I think we also, you talked about it, Dr. Rodriguez, we need to talk about the educational component. As a past elementary school principal, the kids are looking at this stuff in 4th and 5th grade. So what can we do down at that level in our health classes, in our schools to make sure that they are and their parents, you know, we used to bring our parents in and say, look, your kids look for these things around your kid's room because that means they're getting into things they shouldn't. So
there are also school and student clubs, and Lackey is one of them, right? And many of our students belong to this, and I can think of Dr. Novins, who I believe oversees Teens for Healthy Youth, I think it is, and the efforts that Lackey puts in across our high schools. There are many students from our high schools that join the Lackey or the Teens for Healthy Youth, Teens for Healthy Youth meetings that are typically on Zoom, and they talk about these issues. So there are ambassadors at different schools that work towards this issue. They were not just drugs, but vaping, cigarettes. So accessing those and expanding that can be helpful.
All right, time for the vote. So the motion is displayed there. This is to direct the superintendent to develop a feasibility plan for hall monitors, middle and high schools next school year. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And abstention. Okay. So Rachel, you were yay?
She raised her hand.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so 901. That motion is approved. Thank you for your presentation on vaping. Next up on the agenda is the consent agenda. We need a motion for that. Kathy?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
All right, Ms. Middleton, second. All those in favor? Aye. And Rachel, yeah. So that's approved unanimously. Do we have any future agenda topics? Mr. Smith?
I'd like to bring the scores back because we were just giving them that day, so we can digest. I'd like to bring the scores back to the board.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The test scores. I mean excuse me, not test scores. The report cards report.
Oh,
School report. Yeah, school report cards.
Okay. All right. Dr. Rodriguez, do you have any announcements? I have one for that, and Robin sent out an email today to the board members. Tomorrow, there's a legislative preview that you can watch during the lunch hour from noon to 1. You just have to register in advance in order to get the link to join. All right, we already did our second public comments. And do we have a motion to adjourn? All right, we vote right. Second, Colonel Geyer, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.